Good morning, everybody. How we doing? Everybody feeling relaxed? No, weeklies are dumb. I don't know why people can't not like this channel. The stream title card alone is next level. Uh, I think Fluffiosa made that one, right? Is that you, Fluffiosa? Or was it Light K? Light K. I know both of you sent me a bunch of images this morning, and I'm still not awake. Whoever makes those daily cards, awesome job. Absolutely. You guys can always check out their work in the Louvre or the gallery, or participate if you want to. All of the art and stuff for this community is done by the people that are part of it. Can I buy a contract with only $1,000? I believe you can. Should you? Is the question. No, I'm not sick. I have fucking terrible allergies this morning. I took some allergy medication. It'll kick in a little bit. But our contract cost 1,000 like shares, 100 like shares. The market is about to open. I'm bullish as fuck. If you guys didn't see my Reddit post from last night, Ryan Cohen has been, and it's been bothering me for a while, but he's been tweeting like the day before or on the day of all of like the predicted dates. And last night I had a couple drinks and ran with it. But don't get too happy. The shills are back at work and they'll be starting their shit soon. With their valid concerns. And the 69th day of the year is the CMA futures roll date. And we expect they have a lot of swaps on the ETFs right now. So we may get a roll, you know? Maybe Ryan knows something we don't. Watch him smash the price on open. Not very many shares available to borrow this morning. I made drink holders with straws. Let's get this party started. Also, Martende. Pi-Fi, need advice badly. Should I lose everything I have in the stock market? Please help ASAP before market opens. Is it gone? Because I just got that message and it's 9:31. Any thoughts on the potential overstock run today? No. What are you talking about? RC tweets don't mean anything until they fit my narrative. Exactly, dummy Dan. Why did it take you so long to figure that out? Will my 150 weeklies be worth something soon? Probably not. They found another 200k shares? No. This just looks like what was borrowed this morning so far. Gamma maximum at 148, I believe. After you hyped up OPEX, I went all in on 225 510Cs. It fits my risk. However, after seeing two red candles, I paper handed them at a loss. Why would you do this to me? This is hot quiche, Segan. Go fuck yourself. Love how SS people are trying to say that an actual emoji of shorts equals DRS. Like, they need to calm the fuck down with that crap. I agree. Shorts means shorts. Skull does not mean D. But observational bias is a tricky bitch. Yeah, I have like 500 loop ring or something. Excellent ship post last night. It was actually only like 40% ship post. So really, OPEX is just exciting for people who play options. It can be exciting for people who sell options. Shorts are dead. Think about calls. I mean, I'm sorry. When I released Book of MOASS Part 3, and Ryan Cohen tweeted like 2 hours later with sex for dummies, that was it for me. That confirmed all my bias. I have no idea, Daniel, if computer share changed Jimmy to drip. Historically, they've had dividends around this time, so a lot of the computer systems still have that programmed in. So you'll see like X dividend dates pop up on like Schwab and stuff. But there is currently no issued dividend or announced dividend. Skull means dead. That starts with a D. So does dumb. Smooth. I do like that the only real thing you can take away from RC's tweets is popcorn is shit. And I agree. It's on the left-hand side of your screen. It seems broken. What is the green? The more time that passes into our window, the more violent the effects of covering. Yes. How confident are you in MOASS? 40, 70%? Those are just arbitrary numbers. Do what? The higher our price moving into some sort of price improvement event, the higher my confidence for a short squeeze would be. Is part of the risk of selling puts that you could get assigned at any time? I mean, you can only get assigned if they're in the money. Like if you get assigned on a put, you just have the premium that you sold it for. Sorry. You have the premium you sold it for plus 100 shares. Right. So like if you get assigned on, like say you were to sell an in the money put, in the money short put, and you got assigned, you would then be able to like sell the shares and you would still have the premium. Or you could keep the shares, but you probably wouldn't want to. How do I direct register my entropy swap? I just took with the obligations warehouse. Do I have to fly to the Ukraine in person, or is there a hotline? You need to send a notarized letter, Patrick. You wouldn't, depending on where you're looking for options volume, you wouldn't see any yet until after 9:45. Sam. Is your head like twice the size, or is it just me? It's grown. Can you say something inflammatory towards Superstonk just so I can clip it and post it on SS for free karma? R/Superstonk is the only financial subreddit where making money is considered evil. I said that the highest confidence level is 125. Poker DJing. I did not say that was the low range for the run. I just realized what that meant. Would you prefer not to be controversial on RSS? Yeah. I would just like to post my DD and not be attacked by bands of people saying the same thing over and over again. The neighbor's dog is killing me, but I do feel pretty stoked today. Every day. Are shorts same like DRS? No. Uh, one means shares. The other is a negative share. He didn't say minus shorts. That would have been a positive. A minus short is same like long. I'm getting a lot of mixed signals here. Roll with it. Win r/normal stock. At least the short hedge funds wouldn't know about all our predictions in advance. Thanks for not adjusting your camera angle so half of your head remains cut off for most of the day. Like a good YouTuber, never change a thing. Thanks, Bob. Are you playing the downside of this OPEX if it goes as predicted, or put CC too risky given the possible rule by March 10th? If I see us fall below 135, I'll consider it. But like, I'm just playing the downside by selling covered calls. Most likely. I might buy puts for earnings again, but I actually kind of expect Q4 earnings to be kind of good, so I might just like buy a straddle. If I confirm that we're going to continue up, I'm just going to move back into a call position, right? I've been bathing in vinegar for a couple months now, and I don't think I'm being pickled at all. What's your secret? Just time. More time. Just exfoliate really well so it can soak in before you get into the brine bath. There's no volume. Did they roll again? There doesn't need to be volume. I do actually. I do enjoy the people who think every set of 2 green candles is MOASS. They're the best. Not just you, Garrick. The mere mention of liking you on SS, and one can get ejected from the island. There is only one way to like GameStop. If you don't like GameStop that way, you're a shill, and you're actively working against everybody else who likes it that way. There is only one true God. It's an Australian transfer agent. That was previously accused of fraud in Ireland. So can you buy a big strudel for earnings? I have one in my kitchen already. Yeah. That last image I DM'd you this morning is for your shill fans. If you want to use it on stream. Yeah, I see that our spread is as wide as the Grand Canyon. Yeah, how does entropy work? Don't worry about it. If you want, check my clips videos. I have an explain like I'm 5 entropy. And maybe that'll help you understand. Have you seen the comments in your post? Downvote Fiesta. Usual things. FX Cup breaking news. Russia evacuates Ukraine after talks with Adam Aaron, and Russia accepting discounted popcorn in exchange for Ukraine NATO membership. Cool. Adam Aaron solving world peace. Donating to charity, fixing conflict in the East. Is there anything that fat piece of shit slug can't do? Oh yeah, hold his stock. RSS hate is growing by the day here. The more YouTubers earn, the more they will divert from where they actually come from. Money anges you, and it's more profitable to divide people. No, it's more profitable to stand my fucking ground. If I don't believe in something, why would I support it? Apple strudel, same like straddle. Huh. I like it. We're gonna strudel earnings. No, I'm not Asian. What? It's two green candles. It is until it isn't, and it isn't until it is. Schrodinger's MOASS. Thanks, Daddy's Little Nut Meat. People that are bullish over the first two green candles of the day are the truest believers in GameStop. Show strudel or ban. You really want me to? I will. Is dates of importance same as RC's tweets? Yeah. I think he's just been reading the DD, you know? Is one of your plays post MOASS to go long on Fleshlight due to the boom in sales from its newfound customer base? Straddle the strudel in case it gets eaten, you'll have more. It's genius. Yeah, I mean, with a straddle, if I lost some value in my strudel, then I would still have a whole strudel. Maybe even some extra strudel. How does it feel to know that you own more shares of AMC than their COO does? Weird. Weird. And yet not receiving a salary. Your apes, oh man. Whew. Jesus Christ. This has gotten overloaded. I love when you read the obvious typos. Me too. All right, hold on. I'm getting all this stuff. Give me a second. Adam Aaron, you gotta believe me. I was trying to hold my shares, but then they fell out between the seats of my car and I can't fish them out with my fat fingers. I'm trying to get one of my underpaid concession stand employees to get it out. We'll keep you updated on this. Cool, dude. How does it feel to know that you own more shares? This one is dedicated to whoever just complained about you, making so much from YouTube and all that. 510 gang is always ready to ride, and we were all pretty stoked. And I'm all green on the calls I bought yesterday during ouchie times. Hugs. Fuck yeah, Pickle Morty. Look at you now. Gherkin's a Syrian? Slowly and deliberately, and I liked it. Thanks, Danatron. Steely Dan, what if Superstock was the cult all along? No. Britain South, take my free message, you shillionaire. Choose some cashews like a degenerate today while I wait on the eventual Wendy's dumpster stream. Thank you, Britain. Volume prediction for today, 1.530. Thoughts? We'll see. We don't need a lot of volume for the price to climb. Spy Dad. Nah. It's a little pre-market. Little pre-market stuff to fill in. DRS zealots, same like venereal disease. They're hard to shake. Every green candle is the start of MOASS for me. Bloomberg news alert: Adam Aaron being investigated for lying about popcorn being key to peace talks when instead was truly giving away all the stock. Thank you, Subway Cop. Expert Pog. I am once again using my free super chat to say, how dare you force me to be a billionaire? You also sold me on the totally risk-free sends YOLO, and now I'm convinced all I did was buy your personal covered calls. Thanks, bro. I've been bullish ever since you drew a line at 190.01. This is the way, Claw. What does MOASS mean for you? The friends I made along the way. After tomorrow, our new 52-week low will be $86. Ouch. I mean, I guess it's better than 40 or 20. Ko-Fi from AA, we were blessed. So what do you expect from today? I expect the price of the stock to go up today or tomorrow. Thank you for everything, Dirk, mods, quants, and everyone involved. You're empowered so many through knowledge. Forever grateful. Let's fucking go. Carpe GM. Post MOASS meditation is nigh. One love. Thank you so much, meditation. I will join you in the astral plane with my tendies. Bring your fiduciary. I did apply to the NFT marketplace as a contributor. They released like an email a bunch of weeks back that I don't know if it was actually, I don't know if it was part of the NFT marketplace thing or just like an announcement from them about the NFT marketplace. But it like didn't have anything in it. It was just like a statement. But I don't know. I have to go dig it up. It might have been just about like the app. I get a lot of emails from them because I have power up rewards. So I'll take a look at some point. I read your new DD the other day, kept the tab open and not joking when I say it. It went from positive to hundreds of negative and downvotes in an oddly short period of time, like upwards of 300. Insane, dude. I appreciate you. Yeah, they use bots to downvote it. It's fine. All they can't they're too poor to afford like enough downvotes in any given time frame, so they can only get like a few hundred. Ivy has spiked massively. It's climbing, yeah. Try to explain to my friends why I'm bullish because someone tweeted shorts emoji. I'm relatively new here. No, you're not. But can say I've gained a lot of knowledge and become pleasurably dead inside when I watch my portfolio go red for weeks. March 10 days for MOASS and visceral for mod. Thanks, Ross, new subscriber. You definitely don't know me. Slagathor, proud to be your favorite grifter. And Pickle Me Elmo, thanks for all you do. May Lady View Up provide you all the kubita. I appreciate that. Oh, that was a burp. There you go, guys. The quiche did it. Forever shamed. Did you end up buying the chair yesterday? No. Higher lows on the 1 minute. Bullish. Yeah. I gave chat until 10 a.m. market time to get to 1K likes, or I'd time out Roaring Kitty. They don't seem to care enough about Roaring Kitty to follow through. You will not time out Roaring Kitty. He is protected. Like the fucking stream, people. Well, I don't have time for this shit. I have important stock market questions to answer. Do you think the Wall Street Bets degenerates will FOMO in this cycle? They should. Emojis have been tweeted. That's like investment advice to them. I hate to admit that I don't even like you, I'm just chained up in a basement. This is the only thing my captors let me watch. Five months on OPEX. Let's fucking go. Thank you for all you do. May the tendies rain down on us. Oh yeah, and at Roaring Kitty for mod. Thanks, C-Mill. I appreciate it, man. Can you give us the Slurpee sound effect again? Is it a good idea to roll weeklies to 2 to 3 weeks out? Can the price action be pushed out of this week? I don't think the price action can be pushed out of this week, but the price action we see this week may not be sufficient to put weekly calls that are out of the money into the money, JT. And so they're at great risk of large amounts of theta decay. I'm hungry for some scallops. Gherk, have you ever had seafood cash scallops and poblano slaps? Cool. Need financial advice about options? Get fucked. Is the date and their description the day you diamond hand them for maximum value? That's what I've heard, yeah. I've heard that you wait until they are as red as possible and then watch them die. Then you poke them with a stick and make sure they're dead. This ended up as a YouTube suggested video 9 months ago. Wild ride down the YouTube algo and rabbit hole it sends you down. Thanks, Mocha Chobi. Must be chained to a copy of Options as a Strategic Investment. Your March 10 hype post was ironic, right? No? The CEO of my company is telling me the way. Don't you see it? If you were forced to choose between 10K worth of GME shares and 10K worth of GME options, not allowed to exercise, but you could buy and sell as often as you like, would you choose DGen options? I'd split it. Like some of each. Looking back at my entries, I'm usually too eager to buy. Do you have any advice on controlling the FOMO on the inside? Don't buy when the price is going up. Will this settlement date bump AMC too? Likely, but probably not to the same degree. AMC is quickly becoming too liquid for them to continue doing what they do on it. Illiquidity is necessary for them to continue manipulating the stocks. So if a stock is too liquid, they can't use their current strategy on it. Flying DRS God in your DMs, all the flying DRS God, mover of tickers, and bringer of moons. Okay, that's fucking funny. What's with the size of this, man? It's gigantic. Did you clip it for the Sistine Chapel? Like is it better to average down an existing options price or buy a lower strike if the run is like to hit 140? What? They borrow in shares? There weren't very many left. What's your take on 100% utilization? Kind of makes it hard to short the run. Likely to hit 140. It's Southern talk. But now I'm even more confused. I feel like the flying DRS god should have had its eye open. It did. Danrod. What? Skull pirate flag. Eyes with a mouth. Shorts. Something, something, something. Interesting. Thanks for all you do, and I miss your perm. Thanks, Pendlebot. Is our low for the day? I fucking hope so. Yeah. Man, this coffee is just not going to do shit. Sorry, bad English. I have a call at 150, but since buying the price is now less, I have funds. Is it better to buy another 150, average down, or buy a lower strike? Benefits, cons. I mean, that just depends on how much risk you want to take. You can increase your leverage at that strike, but it's not near the money. When I looked at IBKR this morning when I was doing the daily DD, it was down to it was down low. Oh, now it's back up. Since market open, it's gone up to 200,000. What's the origin of Guybrush? Monkey Island? Are you expecting a XRC? Not yet. Later. Do you see the DD posted about Canadian short selling laws the other day? I did not. ITC, anything SS does equals bad. Anything GERK does equals good. CAC. You say that like all of SS agrees. And I think you might be wrong, Game Unlimited TV. But thanks for weighing in.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
You mentioned a week or so ago, Linux is being super bullish on the cycle. Do you know if he thinks we're hitting 240 during OPEX or by March 10th? I think he's bullish on like the idea of like a roll period occurring, like the price continuing up after OPEX. I don't care if I'm monetized. I'll demonetize my video all day. Is there ever an end to your back and forth bickering with them? It feels like you're letting your conviction poison the pickle jar. When they admit that they're actively lying to people and spreading fear in order to push a narrative that they think benefits them, then yes. Kind of looks like they want to shake us out into a run tomorrow. Possibly. Or that was their attempt at shaking us out. You explain role and how this would continue to improve price after OPEX obligations are cleared. So it's very likely that after the in the money puts are closed out on XRT, that then the ETF agents close their swaps. If there is a significant number of swaps open, that can drive a large amount of buy volume into GameStop between OPEX and the end of the CME roll period, which ends on March 10th, the 69th day of the year. I can't make this shit up. We live in a simulation. It's not my fault. Has someone synced the video of your FTD dance to the Indian guy playing drums with the Vibe Cat? If not, please consider this a formal request. Request noted. Artists, have at it. Because that shit would be amazing. Don't cut the cat out, though. Leave the cat there. Just put my head somewhere else. He's Brazilian, not Indian. Well, I didn't know that. Racist. The drum guy is Turkish, not Indian. But the other guy just said he was Brazilian. All right, fuck all you guys. I don't care what he is. Just put my head in the video. Got to disagree about how you are somehow poisoning the pickle jar. But remember, to the newer pickles, you can always come sit next to me on the rocket. We have hugs, giggles, and lots of friends. Come hang out. What was the rest of this? Why are your messages always so fucking long, Pickle Morty? hang out my little 510 corner. Even the super smart ones occasionally hugs. Thank you, Pickle Morty. The drum guy is Persian. Are you already denying your heritage? What do you make of our 260,000 volumes so far? Consistent or different than your guesstimate? I had no estimate of volume at all, ever. I did not make one for a reason. Has anyone ever called you Jesse Gemstone? No, but I'm sure you'll start. Dark pool volume? I don't know. Relax, it's only 10 a.m. So tomorrow is T+2 for 2/22/22. Tomorrow is the last day of T+2 from the OPEX window. Cat under 190. That's an attractive price. Ooh. Okay. Thank you for being a pickle fiend fucker and not a shill sucker. As always, praise be and fuck the brags, not a cult, bruh. Thank you, pickle theme fucker, not a cult. I appreciate that. Could be it. Go back the other way. Fill my upside gaps. Should I gap fill and double bottom with trailing tail? I feel like spot will come back down to test 427 before MOASS absolutely starts. Interesting. People posted pics of your calves on the Pigeon Wheel chat. I heard. 5C Sens call is up 850% today, yet still down 73.5% in total. Is this what winning feels like? Yeah, pretty much. Gherk, what happens when we hit 88 miles per hour? We go back to the future. I don't like fish sticks. Where did the 5 cent gang move to? I'm in search for some degen bias confirmation. No Henka Ashi bars today. I just turned them off for a second. I just want to see what this going on with this bounce. Oh wait, this isn't the SPY anymore. I was checking for a fill on the SPY, but I think it already filled. How much of an effect do you think these anonymous Twitter accounts, Zero Hedge and FX Hedge, have on the market? None. Hey man, could bad actors keep suppressing the price action indefinitely? At this moment in time, I expect this to drag out for years. Thoughts? It does appear that their current system of suppressing the price is extremely effective. Picked up in April 350. Am I doing this degen thing right? Sounds about accurate. Poppy is jacked. I'm pretty excited for today. I'm not gonna lie. Today and tomorrow, to be completely honest. You explain what OPEX is? I have no clue what everyone is talking about. If you go to my Reddit profile, Everett Metcalf, my latest DD is all about OPEX. It should be pinned to my profile, I think. Is it? Did I pin that? Yeah. Wiking off for OPEX. Check it out. It's a good DD. If you like it, feel free to drop an upvote. If you don't, please make sure that you downvote it. What happened to the gaming TV guy? Is he gonna go on Reddit later and say I banned him when I didn't? That's their new tactic. It was like, oh, Gherk banned me. I don't fucking ban anybody. I didn't ban Koala Hugger until he started trying to convince people to lick toilets to improve their immune systems. Urgent? Can we get a pizza poll? No. Why? Why would that be urgent? Still banned? I can see you, Jason. You're right there. I know you've mentioned this before, but because Cat is slow moving, do you normally give yourself 3 months on calls? Yeah, I do. I just bought June's. You banned me for having shit in my name when Discord times out name changes and you can't change your name back. I'm sorry, CSAT. I don't. Why did you stay a shid? You couldn't change it back? If you reach out to the moderators, they will unban you. But the fact that you're supporting that fucking whack job in my Discord is, I feel like more than sufficient reason for me to throw a ban your way. Can you explain why you were so interested in cat? It's not that I'm so interested in cat. We've been trading cat for quite some time as it stayed within this channel, buying the bottom and selling the top of these runs. They've been very large runs, as you can see. And so this presents a very good opportunity to get in if cat bounces again. It's been extremely profitable. The range on these movements is quite wide. And cat, well, a little bit undervalued right now. And so it keeps realizing higher value, and then, you know, market conditions change and it drops again. Yeah, if you reach out to the mods, they'll unban you. Yeah, I trade other stocks, Game Unlimited TV. That's not shilling cat. It's highlighting. F? No. What's your favorite option you currently hold? What? What? They're not children. Macros trades lots of stocks. Does he? I think it's funny that you get accused of shilling cat rather than someone saying, thank you for sharing your free money printing machine. I mean, I know a few people have made more off of cat in the last few months than they make at their own jobs. Greg, is it possible them to pre-hedge like real early, like Jan 6 after hours early for OPEGs? No. Will we see the plunge protection team today? Maybe. Hold on, let me see something here. No, I think the market will bounce. Did some announcement happen? This 128 level was like okay support yesterday. It's definitely putting some pressure on us, though. You think the overall market is in a correction at this point, or pretty close? Pretty close. Did you say Tesla's dead? Probably. Could them meeting their OPEX obligations during a falling SPY just look like sideways trading while the SPY goes down? Or GME falling less hard as overall market? And that's how they get out of OPEX and not raise the price? Or is that too tinfoil? I mean, the issue is that any significant buying pressure on GameStop right now is going to raise the price significantly, right? Um, so that's a lot of obligation to cover while keeping the price of the stock flat. Um, does the downward pressure in the market help them? Probably. But I don't think it could prevent a surge in price from them covering. I'm here to learn about the market and other tickers that can make money, not just Jimmy. Thanks, Skirk. Well worth the price of admission. There isn't one. Thank you for sharing your knowledge here. You got it, dude. 1,350% dark pool percentage. Fuck. That's a lot. Hey, Gurk, my mom says I'm not allowed to be part of your cult anymore. Sorry, man. Maybe she'll calm down in a couple weeks. I understand. Just tell her she doesn't understand you. That line is insane. Any significant changes in options? Yeah, let me take a look. Probably get an idea of what's going on. uh, Lots of calls being bought. Well, those are sold. 190 is being sold. 117s, 130s, 150s, 130s, 150s, 150s, 100s, and 680s all going up. March 25, 22, 150 puts sold, I believe. Big OI at 190 for June. Cool. That's good, actually. What kind of or brand of coffee beans do you like? I just get them from like a local roaster. I think the ones I have right now are Sumatran, uh, and they're a medium dark roast. What website do you use for options, buy, sell volume? Shiftsearch.com is a nice free resource. It's delayed, but accurate. Can they fulfill their OPEX obligations purely through dark pools, or do all dark pool orders eventually have to print? All dark pool orders have to print. So even if they're fulfilling obligations through dark pools right now, they would still have to print to the exchange. Is it basically Thursday afternoon at the latest or bust? And only then will we learn if they found an escape? Yes. Another reason weeklies are so risky. They're a medium dark, so they're in between. Can you stop repressing your hearty New York accent? I never had one. My mom from the Midwest. And then I lived in England for really like a decent chunk of my childhood, so I never really had a New York accent. And also only people from Brooklyn and the Bronx talk like that. And Long Island. Midwest equals not New York or California. If it's not bordered by an ocean, and also not in New York or California. Please talk with a posh accent. WeBull doesn't have one. I think it has some volume oscillators, maybe. WeBull has a limited set of technical analysis tools. How do you have a surfer accent? I lived in California for a long time. I don't know. I just pick up accents where I live, I guess. When I came back from England as a kid, I had a English accent, but like a really weird one. I'm not doing it. My mom worked there. How many Spice Girl concerts did you go to in '98? Got one for SS. Shorts, P, pants. Flag shape of the Jolly Roger looks like a skull. S&P 500 confirmed. Bam, there you go. Nice. The other day you said you grew up around recording studios and that affects your hearing. I'm assuming you're the son of a Brit glam rocker or John Bottom. Neither. Neither of those are true. How do you feel about Putin possibly invading the Midwest? Eh. I don't know how to surf. I went surfing once. There was a shark. I haven't been in the ocean since. Cockney accent? I'm not fucking Eliza Doolittle, and this isn't Pygmalion. All right. Is your mom Flames manager? No. Yeah, it's fucked up that you ban me, mute me, and continue to drag my name through the mud. Why not provide a counter argument that addresses my theory instead of slandering me to your cult, asshole? Because it's more fun to slander you, ban you, and drag your name through the mud with your shit theory that I disproved 100 times over and you kept shoving in everyone's face. Get fucked, shids. You're a piece of shit and no one likes you. The Midwest phrasing we use is, and a big attention whore. The Midwest phrasing we use is a good example of how Russia says the Ukraine. If Midwest had become its own country 100 years ago, we only called it the Midwest, it'd be similar. That's whatever. Why don't you just tell shids how you really feel? Is the SPY crashing? No. Oh no. Where'd my lines go? What the fuck? Ooh, push. Where's the volume? There is none. Was this predicted? No. Although, neither was this. It's okay. We still have our support at 116, which has disappeared. I think WeBull's just deleting all of my shit. What was it? 116.58, right? That was our low yesterday as well, right? Yeah. Or the market's crashing. Calm down. We're only down $1. I know it looks extreme, but it's really not that bad. OPEX has been sad so far. I mean, we had a similar situation in February last year, right? I am not convinced that they do not have exposure. Volume is crazy low. Previous OPEX run days, volume was above average. Looks like the run might be tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, it's very possible that they're pushing it off till tomorrow. Maybe they're just trying to get the price as low as feasibly possible before they run it and using the downturn in the market to their advantage. Been busy and haven't been around much lately, but I'm back to say hey to everyone and thanks to PiFi. Also, I bought all your covered calls. I'm going to mint them as an NFT to prove they're from you. Thanks, dude. That's super cool. How can you tell what's bought and sold on Shift? You can look at the OI. If OI is increasing, that indicates that they're being sold, and then you can look at the bid ask spread. If they're being sold, they're going to be closer to the bid, bought closer to the ask. Although not 100% reliable way of telling it helps. I do not have enough UVXY positions for a market crash. Stop hunting? Could be, yeah. That's a very nice bounce. That was like $1.20 bounce. God, GameStop's so volatile. Well, RC tweeted, so they have to short the stock, right? Are you a believer in RC's tweets now? No. If we see a huge uptick in dark pool percentage at the beginning of tomorrow, will you YOLO into weeklies? Maybe. It's got to be pretty high, though. Our dark pool percentage is generally high on the days they run it anyway. Yeah, no problem, man. Huh. Gamma max 50. Let's head for this test. Curious. Okay, now I see what you were trying to post, Danrad. Amazing. If SR lines are really SR zones, how the fuck do you get it so fucking perfect so often? It's madness. I'm not giving you my secrets, Stefan. Last one, they didn't run the stock till the 4th day of OPEX, which puts us at tomorrow. Yeah, I know. I think they're kind of in trouble, Turd. I don't know about you, man, but it's looking like the obligations are far higher than they've been in any cycle since June. And I think as long as the longer they can wait and drag out that, like those weeklies, if they can get those weeklies off of the chain and get people to sell out of them, then they can run it. But delta sensitivity spiking right now too, or it was on like there's an uptick in the delta sensitivity on Yelya's chart. Also, delta neutral and gamma max are rising, so they're fucked. They're in a shit position. Have we not shaken out all the paper hands yet? When sentiment is at its most bearish, then Jamie runs out of sellers. Buy, hold, neg. Since we haven't seen much activity since December, is it possible they package a short position, some long-dated contract that we won't see play out until next year or later? It's likely that the short position is held in total return swaps. Like whatever remained of the short position after January was likely loaded into total return swaps. So they're still carrying the short position on their books, but because of the total return swap, much like those ETF swaps, they can report a neutral balance, right, to the SEC. So they're not reporting a large short interest. That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. We whisper more sweet nothings in my ear, pickle man. See a little corner of the green screen miss. Oh shit. Which direction? There we go. Can you please, for the love of God, please tell us how you do support resistance lines? Like a boss, Stefan. Yeah, I'm not forgetting that we went from 86 to 130. But I do think that was on the back of those ETF FTDs. They get margin called on a total swapped out short position for its excessive maintenance margin? Yes. Especially if it was a yearly, right? Which is interesting. Yeah, I mean, there's a chance that they can enter an entropy swap very, very quickly. It's not like a long process. Do you think about doing the updates below the pre-market? So if you open for the first time, you can just go downwards and the newest update is on the bottom. Like in reverse order? I think I tried doing that before and it just like confused people. And then people kept messaging me that like something was wrong with my brokerage and they weren't seeing the same price. So tomorrow, nothing happens. We have to wait till March 10th. We have to wait a little bit, yeah. If through tomorrow nothing happens, then I'll probably roll my calls forward. Like a week. But I don't think that's gonna be the case. I think we're gonna have a very interesting time. Where's BBBY? Similar. See Macy's, because Macy's is doing things, right? So they just wrecked Macy's after the share buyback announcement. What about Nordstrom's? Interesting. So none of the meme stocks are running today. Or the basket stocks. Curious. Which means they're holding obligations over for all of them. I need to fix this 1 hour trend now that we have a new bottom. Still don't love this. Interesting. Hold on. I want to see something. Flat, flat, flat. It looks like they did place the orders Thursday morning last year. Some of them. The majority of the volume got dumped at the end of the day, but even the intraday patterns are very similar. Huh. 1, 2, and then recover. Fucking Ryan. Why's he got a tweet when shit's about to go down? At this point, I'm convinced my Canadian bank is going to seize my shares in my brokerage. Are there any CAD alternatives to computer share? Okay, why do people think that a so you know that if you're in a brokerage and you're long a stock, then your brokerage is also long that stock, right? Like if the value of the stock that you hold in your brokerage is going up, the value of that brokerage is going up because their assets under management are increasing in price. What's up, Visceral? Do you think short hedge funds look at RC tweets? Probably, yeah. If they fail to satisfy OPLEX obligations, but whatever deadline they need to, when would forced buy-ins or whatever the consequence of missing it happen? It would probably put GameStop on the reg show threshold list. If they settle OPEX tomorrow, that has to be done by pre-market tomorrow. Isn't that a bad idea? Because the stock is way more volatile in after hours and pre-market. It doesn't have to be done by pre-market, Stefan. The orders have to be placed, not settled by market open. There was an MSM article this morning about GME insiders selling their shares from under investors. I think they meant AMC, but it's probably keeping sensible investors away. Interesting. That's a lie, right? I haven't seen any file. Like the only person who has unlocked shares is George Sherman, I think, of any consequence, right? Is there a T35 after January leaps? January wasn't OPEX. I mean, it's an options expiration, but it's the leaps from January that were the point of exposure. Is there and there is a T35 after it, and it's March. For ETFs, it's not even March. It's I have to look at that chart. Jan 24th. Jan 28th, 3rd, 21st. March 9th is the exposure date for leap FTDs. March 9th, and on the market maker side, maybe today. Hold on, let me look at the market. I only have the Jan 21 to 30. Fuck. Setting. Feb and tomorrow. Tomorrow is the market maker FTD day for wait, that can't be fucking right. Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah, tomorrow's the market maker FTD day for January 21st options expiration. So from tomorrow through March 9th, 24th through the 3/9, FTDs from the January leap window will be due. Highlander pickle to celebrate. Why would they not wait until the very last moment then? It's cash settle. Why do you think it's today and not tomorrow? I didn't say that. It can be tomorrow as much as it can be today. Today is the 2-day though. Historically, they have settled today. With the exception of last February. All the other T+2 OPEX windows were settled on the second day. Stefan. Pepe Le Pew Pew. How long do you think short hedge funds and investment banks can continue shorting the entire market? The put call ratio seems way imbalanced to the shorts, which should mean that they won't print. Like the market wide PCR? It is, but that's because we're moving into like a bear market, right? If GME is reg show, why would you think it would be why do you think it wouldn't be treated like XRT? GameStop, unlike XRT, does not have an unlimited float, and a pre-borrow agreement would probably be nearly impossible to get in order to short it. While they could continue shorting through ETFs if GameStop is on the reg show threshold list, it forces their settlement of currently due FTDs, and prevents them from shorting through bona fide market making. It's not good for them. Some companies just have massive floats and they get thrown on reg show and it's irrelevant because of the amount of liquidity available. And no lender is going to be writing pre-borrow agreements on GameStop, given that most of them have listed it as hard to borrow for an entire year. Every year I take a holiday. I go to Florence. There's this cafe on the banks of the Arno. Every fine evening, I sit there and order a Fernet Branca. I have this fantasy that I would look. You mentioned we're entering into a bear market. Long term, what actions should we do to survive a GME bear market? E.g., sell CCs, other tactics. Yeah, I mean that's one way of handling it. If you know, if the bear market has I don't think GME is going to do badly during a period of inflation or a downtrend in the economy. As a matter of fact, I think it could gain a lot of value in a situation like that. Do you have any tips about frosted tips? They're great. Fernet is disgusting. Yeah, it's very hard to hedge GameStop because of the lack of pre-borrow agreements. If it's on reg show, this is one of the things that spurned last January, right? Was the placing of GameStop onto the reg show threshold list. Not to mention the unbelievable FOMO that would come in if it was thresholded. That's like the war cry for Wall Street bets, right? How come you haven't linked the how to sell CCs safely content? You said you would in announcements, because I forgot and I've been busy. When Frost tips, none of your business. What's up, Sploosh? I'm waiting for the rest of Jim Cramer's Coke mirrors. Oh, across the tables, and I'd see you there with a wife and maybe a couple of kids. You wouldn't say anything to me, nor me to you, but we both know that you made it, that you were happy. I hope so. I feel like maybe you've said this once before. But I'm glad the dream keeps reoccurring. Jim Cramer's Coke mirror. I'm saving my monthly free sticky message for MOASS. Good to know, Dr. K. That was the catalyst. Brain Pewter, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate it.
Long Johnson.
Spy is struggling. Yeah, it is. Where OPEX volume? They have till tomorrow. Is thresholding immediate? It happens after market close the day of thresholding. So as soon as generally, I think it's reported around 5 p.m. As soon as the FTD data for the day comes in, if it's the 5th sequential day where FTDs have exceeded 0.5% of the shares outstanding, then the underlying asset is placed upon the reg show threshold list, where a 13-day period passes before the thresholding process begins. I'll try to remember today, Stefan. That's not an answer I was expecting. How do I make it my business? Well, first, you need to get a jar of frosting. And then you need to hit up my DMs. Check quant cord. What's happening? Okay, so we got dark pool volume. We've got a bunch big data drop from Turd. He's just fucking sending me shit with no context. Oh wait, you context. You put context. All right, so let's see what we got here. All right, first up, we've got dark pool volume at 50%, odd lot 42, sweep 28, and block trades at 20. So 50% of our volume currently in dark pool across 326 trades. Volume's low, so it's not super impressive, but it's high, I guess. Then we're looking here. We got GME runs T+2 after XRT put call OI drop off. Okay. And then let's look at that put call drop off. Ooh. Yep. Looks like all the puts got dropped. What about on XRT? Do you have XRTs? Or is that XRT's put call change? That's XRTs. Okay, so this, yeah, we're looking at XRT right now. That's a big drop in puts. Looks like they're closing in the money so they can cash settle those sweeps, you think? Russian diplomats have evacuated from Ukraine. Okay, can we bring back JT style Piscetti noodle frosted tips? I'm really adopted the darkness. I was born in it, molded by it, something. I didn't see the light until I was a man. DMs. All right, what do we got? He's in your chat. I don't care. Sure, that's fine. Thanks, Trash. Is that lemon? Interesting. Good choice. So I missed the end of chat. If Jimmy was on the reg show list, if OPEX doesn't get sorted, I mean, if they don't cover their exposure, then it can lead to GameStop going on the reg show threshold list. Yes, it's tomorrow. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. Motherfuckers are packing it all into one day. I mean, that's great for IV, bad for weeklies. DMs, well, weeklies bought today, I guess. So if they fail the OPEX date, what would be reg show for March futures expiration? Would we be reg showed for March futures expiration? Yes. Hold on. I want to say yes. It's 13 trading days. So if we were to fail reg show tomorrow, GameStop wouldn't go on the reg show threshold list till after the roll date. But pre-borrow agreements would need to be in place through this entire period. So forced settlement would then begin on the 15th, which would be sort of like January, last January. Because it would have been, yeah, the December exposure that, you know, where reg show hit. Yeah, because GameStop, so last year, GameStop on the December leap exposure period, it went into, I believe it is when it was thresholded. And then as forced settlement picked up, we saw what happened in January about, I'm trying to remember the exact day that GameStop was put on reg show back in December. Let me see if I can find the article. December 23rd. So yeah, it was the T+2 window from the December leap expiry. And then 13 days later was 113, which was our first big run. So yeah, if GameStop goes on reg show, shorts are fuck. Big time. And that's the easiest way of explaining it, frankly. Is XRT off reg show yet? I don't think so. Usually XRT isn't cleared off of reg show until before its X dividend date. So if they have to cover Feb, OPEX, or March futures week, would be a Jan sneeze repeat. It could be a similar situation, yeah. I don't think our FTDs are nearly as high as they were then, though. But the inability to short is a problem. So wind reg show. I mean, only if they failed to cover the obligations due for OPEX. Which, I mean, they still have till tomorrow. So I'm not worried about us going on the reg show list unless something fails. Like, if nothing happens tomorrow, then it's a definitive possibility. But if they cover tomorrow, then, you know, they're going to clear out their obligations. Yeah, I know. Liquidity is lower. We don't need the same quantity. It's not the same. It's definitely comparing like apples to oranges. We need far less volume to move the price nowadays than we did back then. But it forces settlement, Unimog, and it stops shorting. See, thresholding an ETF is really beneficial, especially in the positions that they create on ETFs, because ETFs have a liquid float. The float can increase or decrease in size based on the number of shares outstanding and shares creation, right? And so it's very easy to net settle FTDs because of the essentially infinite liquidity that an ETF provides. Whereas GameStop has a static float, it doesn't change. So pre-borrow agreements on something like XRT are very easy to facilitate if they even need to continue shorting it when puts are more than effective enough. What's to stop any big investment firm like BlackRock or Vanguard selling around $300 to $400 and dropping a bunch of shares into the market? I mean, nothing. Fidelity did that in January. Do you think they could stop MOASS by selling early? No. If the stock's squeezing, I don't think. First of all, BlackRock and Vanguard's holdings are in ETFs. So it's very unlikely that they would be able to sell because they will need to own that stock in order to maintain their NAV. And while they may be able to pick up forwards when, you know, GME is trading very cheaply, it's a lot harder to do when it's up a lot and nobody wants to counterparty the risk. Is that an ascending triangle or is it a bearish wedge? I see both. I do too. Let's. I mean, we're on the 1 minute, and we're fairly zoomed in. I would say, given the volume traded today, it's basically nothing. We either bounce here or we don't. VIX 5-minute halt. No. VIX isn't halted. Yeah, VIX isn't halted. Ooh. GameStop doing a thing. Can you please jack our tees a little more and show us GS Twitter's last tweet? I know. It's just too much coincidence. Thanks to you and the team. Soon you'll venture into the lands between and strive to become its Elden Lord. Stand ready, tarnished, and prepare to claim what fate has promised you. Bullish. The wait is almost over. Also, it could just be a tweet about Elden Ring. Good, well timed, though. I'll give them that. Goldman Sachs tweeted? What? Bear Stearns? Just, yeah, this is nonsense. Elden Rings, DRS. Oh, Jesus. If it's about DRS, why would they be tweeting about DRS without 100% of the float locked? Why would they be saying it's almost time? Goldman Stearns tweets. DRS has become that horrible Jim Carrey movie where everything he sees leads back to the number 23. Eldon cock rings for MOASS. Stern Sachs. Almost locked the flip, bruh. Thanks. Good to know. Yeah, that's what I love about all the speculation on like tweets and stuff is that like somehow all of these people are in the know in regards to like market mechanics and like it's just ridiculous. Is this MOASS or is this just a conservative OPEX run? We'll only know if we break 350, Stefan. If we break 350, it becomes more MOASS and less conservative run, right? Can you check your Discord inbox for what? What's this? Ooh, goodies. Okay, all right. That one's going. That one's going on the stream. I'm not gonna. That's too fucking great. Are CSP same like call share puts?
No, I think Gabe Plotkin is one of the finest investors of his generation.
Ooh. CSP same like call share puts.
If I had to run my business to the possibility of an insane conspiracy theory emerging at any point in time, I would have no business.
Ooh. So short hedge funds and MMs wait until the last possible moment to settle OPEX. Then the orders must be in place before market open tomorrow. Does that mean price should run immediately at market open? No. Stefan, calm the fuck down, dude. You need to relax. You're getting way too tense and emotionally invested. Just relax. They can use dark pools. It can print later in the day. Let's fucking ride the wave, bro. I can see your agitation levels just climbing. It's like RSI. You're hurtling towards a mental breakdown, and you need to relax. You need to stop thinking about Wyckoff for a couple days. You've had a plan in mind for months. Stick to it. Can you do that? I'm almost there. You want me to ruin it for you, Trash? How about that? Just stare deep into your soul and blow you a kiss. I know we still have tomorrow, but can we revisit what happened on that Thursday, Jan 6th, after hours? Definitely feels like more and more that it was used to get out of their OPEX exposure. No. Fear is the mind killer. Bullish sentiment only. I mean, it was very obviously used to defer some sort of obligation to XRT due to thresholding. They may have had to have closed a swap that was on XRT before XRT was thresholded. It's possible that a counterparty pulled out because of XRT's thresholding. There's a lot of possibilities there. Besides just they used it to get out of OPEX over a month later. The more you do it, the more I like you being rude to me. That's because you're a glutton for punishment, Trash. Full disclosure, one of my best friends just started making over 100K a week with YouTube ads. I feel left out from my entrepreneur friends. I want to win, and Jamie is one of those ways. How the fuck do you make $100,000 a week with YouTube ads? Don't measure your success by the success of others. You'll always be trying to catch up. Can I get a kiss too for the stream card? No, it was one kiss per day. Trash got it today. Maybe tomorrow. Did you explain or name the squeezes leading to MOASS? Ryan Player, thank you for unpaper handing and then resubscribing immediately. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord and just say hi. Can we get a song about how Danimals strike curious poses?
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that joke. Motherfucker, trade this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Cat looks good for a turnaround. Usually it bounces in about a 10% range from its low. VWAP test segment. I know we can't predict the volume we're expecting to see this week, but what volume are we expecting to see this week? I would say that our volume should be higher than our rolling 3-month average day to day, but remember, if any pressure was relieved from this cycle due to swaps being closed before XR2 was reg show thresholded, then it's likely that volume could be reduced, but we don't need a lot of volume. The conservative volume is misplaced. We just need buy volume. And buy volume in quantities greater than 1 million can present a significant price improvement on GameStop, especially given that they're really not shorting right now. I mean, we're seeing some passive fund management drop the price in the early day. We're seeing a little bit of shorting before they start cycling CNS, or as soon as they finish that morning CNS cycle. But we're coming up right now. If they're covering OPEX tomorrow, I think the majority of the volume it's becoming more and more concentrated, which is good. But and if we see volume like we saw in August, we're really gonna rip. I think the amount of buying that's occurred throughout these last 2 months, or if you looked at the Wyckoff model in my last ED, that accumulation period, really indicates that a significant amount of buying has occurred based on the volume statistics to the long side. And so the incoming price improvement could be really significant. Also, it means liquidity is far lower, right? Retail loaded the fuck up at $100. Most people thought they'd never be able to buy this stock that low again. And people definitely bought in ways they haven't bought in since last Feb or last March. Our weighted VWAP from last March only dropped $10 on a $150 decline in price. He's farming car accident leads and then sells the leads to law firms on an auction site. Depending on the quality of the lead, it can sell to $300 to $500. A low quality lead can sell for like $70. That's insane. I wonder how long that lasts before you start to see a significant competition. Give me 1 sec, guys. Are you wearing pants right now? No, I don't wear pants. I don't wear pants. I don't wear shorts. The bottom half of my body has been naked for the last 11 months. Completely. Did you get an abnormally copious amount of sleep last night? Nope. Nope, I was trolling people on Reddit, slightly drunk, until about 4 in the morning. And then I woke up at 7:30 a.m. today. You have a possible brief overview of the price action related to the futures roll date on March 10th. So as those ETFs demand delivery on their forward swaps, that counterparty has to go to market and buy GameStop. And depending on the quantity of those forward swaps, a lot of GameStop. And given that, you know, the ETF fund flow that's been directly, well, that's correlated, let's say, not necessarily directly correlated, but correlated to GameStop, I would imagine that swap exposure is significant, and it has to be handled before, not only before XRT's dividend date, because they want to clear their shorts off of the ETF instead of, you know, paying the dividend, but also would need to be cleared before the roll date of the futures contracts for this quarter. Hope your chair is leather and not cloth. It's mesh. Is there a skid mark on your seat? Of course not. I have a bidet. Savage. Are they really going to squeeze all of OPEX into one day? They might. Yeah. If there's a moonwind on the, if there's a skid mark on the chair moonwind stole from me, it's definitely from moonwind. Can you internalize OPEX? No. The human colon can only hold like a liter of volume. So they can't boof it. They can't boof OPEX. Tesla at 790, looking rough. Back to the 700s. Didn't I call this like yesterday? No, I think I called 820. Yeah, it does look rough. There's support here. $773. So like that 775 range. There had to come a point where Tesla would stop squeezing out shorts. Maybe that run to 1200 was it. Maybe Tesla's dead. You know, like the squeeze is over. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure they'll pile back in again. They always do. Burry's already got his fucking hand on the button. Please pray to the Lady VWAP for my forgiveness, as while I made my morning breakfast, I accidentally mixed my peanut butter with cream cheese, and now must dispose of my fresh English muffin. That's disgusting. Not true. I can do 1.5 liters without licking. Discord muted. Oh, shit. How did that happen? Thank you, Carl. PP poo poo to you as well, sir. I've been studying Fibonacci for about 3.5 minutes, and I think the SPY is due to retrace 450 in the coming week or two if OPEX pushes us up directly into a retracement. Very nice. Interesting. Well, that seems like an analysis I can't argue with. Repeat what you said about Tesla. You're muted on Discord. Oh, there's support for Tesla at 773. But it's possible that the squeeze on Tesla has concluded. We know a lot of the shorts got out on that run to like 1200. So yeah, it's possible that it's over. But maybe it's not. See, the problem is now because of the bear market, everyone's gonna pile back into short Tesla, and then Tesla's gonna fucking squeeze again at their next earnings, or when Elon like fucking touches his colt, like his a noose, you know, and then tweets about it. Like as soon as Elon gets an itchy asshole, it's gonna go back up to $1,100. No, I don't sweat Boxy Light. Would that be T plus 13 from the 24th? Or is that not right? It would be T plus 13 from 5 trading days from now. Would you like to see your chair again? No. I don't want it back now. You've ruined it. It's covered in covered call, assignment, and shame. I'll just get a new one. Any idea what last Feb was T plus 3 and May and August week were T plus 2? Well, last February had a lot of fucking exposure and they didn't want to cover it. They pushed it off as long as they could, and they halted it into close in order to give themselves an additional day to cover. It was well thought out, to say the least. It's covered in assignment. That was pretty good. No, I don't need a chair fund. We are outperforming the market for quite a while, I think. We go out to the 1 hour. Pull up SPY. Yeah, so we've stayed mostly flat against the downturn in the market. We're tracking it, but we're outperforming it. It matters, believe it or not. If for no other reason, that it just offers a good place to park money. And yes, it can induce buying pressure. Have you considered a standing desk? Yeah, I'm gonna get one. I want to get a standing desk and a better chair. Because this shit's definitely not good for me. And I've been doing it for so long now, all day, every day, that it's just like, I need to invest in myself once in a while and not just companies. Please replace your chairs so the rest of us, the crappy chairs, can live vicariously through you. Notice how you've heard nothing from Koala Hugger. Oh, they're around. They just hate watch the stream. Right. I'm wondering if a little has been parked today. It's possible. Outperform, we're down 80%. Shh. I said the last 3 days. Or 4 days. We're not outperforming it for the year. Organify, their standing desks are fantastic. Just got one a few months ago. Highly recommend. Can you DM me that, Quarter Pounder? Hmm. Hmm. This is bullish as fuck. Is this MOASS? It's at least a test of 120. That's our, don't forget, that's our gamma neutral. On rising volume too. If we don't reach 122 by 12:15, mute me for the whole day. That sounds like too much work. The Amazon Basics adjustable electric powered standing desk is mad good and worth it. You just push simple buttons to adjust it to your liking. I have like a lot of shit mounted to my desk is kind of the problem. So I need the kind that like carries the, I have to find one that carries the, like the desktop tower up and down with it. Are we not just tracking the SPY? No, we're outperforming the SPY today. We're tracking it, but we're also outperforming it. But yeah, this is passive fund flow and probably some covering occurring as well, or at least FTDs being cleared. There are FTDs due today. Go with the crank style. Ugh, it sounds like a manual car window. Earlier you mentioned a purchase of 1 million would cause large upside movement in price. Was this 1 million shares or $1 million shares? Can you resend it to me, Windmill? Because I fucking totally forgot. I think you sent it to me before I was moving, and then I just never remembered to get one. Breaking 120 here is significant. If we sustain this movement, this is very good for us. Do you think it's likely Fidelity won't get weird during the squeeze? I had some downtime on Fidelity in January last year. I had downtime on, let's see, in order of the most downtime. IBKR was down the longest. Then Fidelity, then WeBull, and then Vanguard and Schwab wasn't down at all. And I think Vanguard was like weird for like a few minutes. That was just my experience though. I mean, like obviously that varied. I don't know if me being in New York changes anything. But yeah, if MOASS happens, everything's going to be mayhem. Things are going to go down for extended periods of time. I had more downtime in the correction in 2020 on my brokerages than I did during the sneeze in January. No, I had downtime on Fidelity, like quite a lot of it. Like an hour or two in the morning of the 27th or the 28th. I have a physical Fidelity location. Yeah, I live like a block and a half away from a physical Fidelity location also. You can go in there and transact. Are we approaching any lines like the 50 SMA or EMA? We have the 6. Yeah, I mean, if we can break, I don't know where the 50 is. It's probably like right here around 130. If we can break the 50 EMA, that could be pretty significant to the upside. It's a buy signal, at least. I mean, I don't know how many people are going to follow in on it, but it is a buy signal. It's not, the candle is not negative. There's no negative volume per se. And 300,000 volume candle on the SPY is more than normal. There's nothing even weird about that. After MOASS, do you think it'll be hard to find safe banks for your money? Probably not. Isn't it dangerous for them to wait until Thursday to cover and putting all those strikes in the money so close to Friday? Yes, it is. Without a doubt. What's Sen's doing? I can just nothing. Clearly chose poorly on this. Well, I guess they're up 50% today. This one didn't pan out the way I expected it to. I'm gonna work on that indicator more. Buy silver and bury it? How are you this fine day? It's lunchtime. You should eat lunch. Maybe. Wall Street Bets just went all in on AMC and GME again. Cool. That's what I like to hear. Haven't been on today. Have we talked about the Cohen tweet? What's your take? Shorts are fucked. March 10th is the 69th day of the year. Let's rock and roll. Looking at Feb 24-25 last year, when out of the money options have been more valuable right away at open on the 25th from the IV spike or from the overnight run up, or did IV remain high into the intraday dollar high? I bought calls at market open. IV wasn't that bad. Like market open, it spiked, but it wasn't super crazy. It got, and then I bought more in the midday when IV calmed down a little bit. I want to say it was around 11. And then Ivy rocketed into close. Sick of being associated with AMC. I mean, it's intentional. No audio from you, but I have it for other YouTube videos. I get your audio while signed out. I have no idea, dude. I mean, No, nobody can mute me for you. Like even if I were to like ban you from the stream, you would still be able to listen to the stream. So I have no idea why that would be the case, kinda. Unless it's something on YouTube's end, but I wouldn't, I can't do anything about that. My speakers are unplugged and my audio is also not working. Does 2+2 last until before market open tomorrow or Friday? It lasts, so it carries out through market open tomorrow, but obligations can be placed, like orders can be placed into dark pools, and those dark pools may not settle for 24 to 48 hours. Up to, don't get me wrong, the ones that do go that long are weak in liquidity because generally institutions don't need that much time. But it can take that long, so it should be factored in that dark pool prints can take up to 48 hours to fully settle out. They usually settle out same day, like the vast majority of them. Some could be earlier in the day, some later, but same day. Oh, cool. You got it fixed. Awesome, man. Matt with 2 T's. Just stopping by to say hi. Got meetings all day, but we'll listen when I can. Cool, dude. Why wouldn't AMC MOASS? They're in the same meme basket with GME. AMC has too much liquidity. Also, because of AMC's liquidity, its far dated calls have low vega. So AMC cannot sustain a Volga-Vana squeeze. So while AMC can run, it most likely will not run beyond the constraints of its options chain, and likely not even that far. If you want proof of that, it's very easy. You can look at GameStop's bid-ask spread, currently sitting at 22 cents at the money, and you can look at AMC's bid-ask spread sitting at a penny. It's okay. You bought the wrong stock, but it's not over. Even if AMC wasn't very liquid, AA would be sure to supply some of his own shares. I mean, they would release shares if it squeezed. They can now, right? Now that it's 2022. If it started to squeeze, they would just release more shares and kill it, like they did last January. AMC actually had a really good potential for a short squeeze January of last year, and the share offering destroyed it. It actually had a lower float than GameStop at the time. And the insider ownership was very high. Does OPEX have an estimate for volume, or is that unknown? It's an unknown. That would you would have to know their exact short position, which is impossible. Thanks, Wolfie. Popcorn is shit. Gets stuck in your teeth. Very little nutrition, oily and messy. If it spikes to 70 again. It likely can't, given all the share offerings since then. Tara Bull said I could get a discount on her OnlyFans if I bought AMC. I'm sure. I wonder if Bit My Finger didn't realize that you were a DDTA wizard. Just YouTuber Pi-Fi found out and then acted like nothing happened. I mean, he just said a bunch of things that were incorrect about CNS by using articles written in 2007 that don't currently apply to the continuous net settlement system, as net settlement is now continuous. And the updates to that system occurred between 2013 and 2018. So, I mean, it's understandable because it's not like the end of the document. They're like, oh, by the way, this is updated. But he's also a prick, so fuck him. Calling it now. 150 test after 1269. Popcorn is the only thing that staves off my desire to chug melted butter. It just gets in the way. It's a carrier for your melted butter. We're looking very bullish for this afternoon. This is indicative of price improvement. How do you wear that hat all stream? Do you have to do that? Your brain doesn't get too big? Yeah, it keeps my ego in check. At what point will they stop being able to suppress the price when 300k available shares magically appear every day? They don't magically appear, they're returned as an overnight borrow agreement. They return them overnight and they appear again in the morning. They return them because they don't want to raise the borrow rate. If they hold them, then the borrow rate goes up. The fact that we're seeing the borrow rate goes up means that more long short positions are being taken by borrowing real GameStop shares, which implies that they are needing to dip their hands into the lending pool and utilization is spiking. Why don't people understand that the market is completely dynamic and is never the same as it was a moment ago? I think a better description would be chaotic. As a level 2 chaotic system, the market's predictions on the market invariably change the outcome of that prediction. Super shady. Send your screenshots of well. Yeah, I know. Whatever. I'm gonna just rise above it. What would happen if a long fund borrowed all the available shares? Just more ETF creation? Yeah, until they ran out. ETF creation is limited in scope on an intraday basis. They can only create, like, they don't want to create too much obligation in the ETF. It puts the ETF at risk, right? Like, you know, XRT almost blew up in January. Their shares outstanding went down to like 1 million or something. Like, they almost destroyed the fund in an attempt to apparently continue shorting GameStop, which is fucking huge if you think about it. That they almost blew up one of the largest ETFs in an effort to short some stocks. So if the market was like trying to balance a bunch of blocks stacked on top of one another, how many blocks would it be? Millions. Fireworks go off if we see volume pick up, yeah. We're outperforming the market. It's a bit different than just tracking it. Looks very similar to the one-day chart for November 19th. Steady ups. We'll see. It would be smart of them to break up the covering between today and tomorrow. If they force it all into tomorrow, it's likely they've entered an entropy swap and they are no longer, or they are at least net neutral volatility, maybe long, if they've managed to create yet another position that gives them a long edge. A little sus that you won't switch to AMC to laugh at it real quick. Did Matt get to you? I mean, I can just see it down there in the corner trading at $16.20. Paife is like a smart, pretty girl who looks frumpy on purpose. The hat is so the focus can stay on Jamie instead of his beautifully exfoliated skin and pinkish lips. Thank you. So we run to 150, hold into close. This would indicate further covering tomorrow, correct? Yes. Could the FOMO this would create be something they were trying to avoid? Most likely. Fake comment. I don't believe it. We might have an after hours run today. If yes, will that help them contain the damage like in January? If they can find the liquidity in after hours. Someone, you know, someone's gotta sell for them to buy. Are you buying weekly T25s? Who are you? Genius. Sir Breadcrumb, I like your lips. Thanks. What's your take on the autistics take on RC's tweets? Shorts are dead. Autistics take. Shorts are dead. Shorts are dead. It doesn't even make sense for it to be DRS, right? Because DRS is at like maybe 10%, 10 to 12% of the float right now. Not 100%. Shorts aren't dead at 10 to 12%. Does an entropy swap mean bad news for a MOASS? No. It just means that it's even more likely to occur. Technically. It's just that the short hedge funds don't get burned on it. Do you think GME's volume so far, 644,000, is either good or bad or other? It's just neutral, flat, stagnant volume for the day. At least since 1045 buy pressure has outweighed sell pressure. That's really all we can discern from that. If GME doesn't squeeze in the next few weeks, when's the next opportunity for that? May, June. If Dad's gonna keep whispering swears into the mic and we keep waxing poetic about his lips, I'm gonna have to turn the stream off before I turn to sin. It's too late for that. I've seen the evidence. There was that image you sent me the last time. I think I have it here somewhere. Yeah, the last time things got randy in chat. This happened, and it was, I mean, it was a bit much, you know, but ah, fuck. Shithead. Are you planning? How are you planning to play a potential role for March 10th? I'd wait for consolidation to occur after the OPEX run and then re-enter. And I would re-enter probably in the money positions fairly far out. Because I've been burned on rolling forward for rolls that didn't happen. Although we do have a lot more data that this one is more likely than August, but still. It's likely they were able to get entropy swaps. We just don't know until they run the stock. If it's a violent push upwards, then yeah, they're in entropy swaps. You made that. You sent it to me. My stuff is way better quality than that. I know. But that's just a photo. There's no editing there. I just clicked YouTube's like button to show my appreciation for you. Everyone else, please click if you appreciate Gherk. Yeah, are we like over 1,000? I really don't give a shit what happens with the like button at this point. What's been your largest unrealized loss? My largest unrealized loss was on Tesla. I kept rolling forward in the period before it started moving up, and I was fucking way underwater at one point. Largest unrealized gain, GameStop, in June. I'm so curious about kind of sitting in dark and smoke filled room with Michael Milken instruments they used to hide the OG short interest man. Evidence of that would be awesome. The most likely candidate is a total return swap. 5 to 10 years. 2032. Price action since November looks like the VW squeeze. Dodge all obligations possible. Hope people sell. Consolidating exposure into a narrow window. The "we are here" meme may be accurate now. You know, entropy lines up with that assumption as well. If you guys didn't see my announcement on the Discord channel, we're gonna take a look at it. Let's pull this up. And thanks to Dork for making this. This is our comparison entropy between GameStop and Volkswagen at the current points in the cycle. If we look here on GameStop, entropy after January has driven into the ground, and if we get in real close here, you can see the entropy is just starting to pick up. It's a little more up from when this image was made. It's raised even a little higher now. And if you look at Volkswagen, the liquidity squeeze began out here in 05 actually, and so ours has been far more accelerated. But they hit their low point right before their squeeze, and that slow turn up eventually burst forth into big ups. So yeah, the correlation there with the entropy is very compelling, as energy will need to flow back into the system. That's a standing desk that someone sent me. Embarrassing. Total return swap, explain like I'm 5. I'll buy these shares later. Okay, Sir David Gherkinborough. Do anything ever come out of the swaps data? Well, we don't have that big of a window, and the window we have isn't great, right? It's like November through like end of November through January, which isn't very useful. It's not like the period where they'd be loading up swaps. So we really need more new data. Can you give us the official Raid Shadow Legends market update when you have a sec? Not until they pay me. Wouldn't a better explanation of TRS be here? Stash my position on your balance sheet and give me a piece of paper that I can hide that says they are mine. Sort of, but they want the position on their balance sheet also, right? Because they don't want to appear long either. So it's more, give me a position that masks the direction of my position. What was the most emotionally challenging stock you managed a position on? I mean, the earlier ones, the early days in AMD, and the early days like in Tesla were much harder psychologically to manage than GameStop. Like I'm just like used to this bullshit by now, right? Can you explain how swaps are handled if when default occurs, I'll buy these shares later turns into you need to buy these shares now or maybe go bust trying. If the counterparty's risk is elevated significantly beyond their models, they will back out. That's and then short positions would be exposed. I think GameStop would have to see some serious price improvement for that to occur, but it could occur. What was your entry into AMD? I had a lot of them, between $9 and $13. I don't remember what my cost basis was going into its like price improvement. I think it was around like 12 something was my cost basis. It was like 12.30 something. I still have 1,000 shares of it. I still have 200 shares of Tesla as well from calls I exercised. I've just sold covered calls on them for like the last year. Ow. I'm still emotional about AMD. I bought in at 250, sold at 10. I mean, my DD on AMD was that, especially after Lisa Su came in, was that that she was driving all this improvement in the company, and Intel was just resting on their laurels, if you will, which Intel can do absolutely, and Intel currently now undervalued, and with their incoming chip manufacturing, probably an excellent long-term buy given its current price. And issues with chip manufacturing out of Asia. And it was realized too, and also a little bit of the Microsoft Apple play as well. When I was in, I think I was in middle school at the time. It was during the Apple antitrust suit. And this plagued me for years, but we had like a project for one of our classes where you had to like pick a stock and evaluate it over the next couple of years while you were in school, and then like it was like a competition. And I picked Apple because with the antitrust suit, I knew that they in fact couldn't go out of business, right? Because Microsoft would have to continue to fund their R&D. And so I picked Apple, and I told my parents to buy it. It was super cheap at the time, and they didn't. And had they, well, I wouldn't be talking to you guys right now. And so I saw that same potential in AMD when I bought into it, and I sacrificed a lot to buy into AMD. I was in college at the time, or like finishing up college, and I had to get like an extra job in order to keep investing in it, but it was worth it. You have any interest in IBM? A bit. Thoughts about the Discord IPO coming up? I like the company. I mean, it's kind of cool. Yeah, OPEX is still on through tomorrow. I mean, IBM still has massive government contracts, right? And lots of cash on hand. companies like that, like Intel, IBM, they can just do nothing for years. I mean, this is why BlackBerry is not a dead play, right? Because they can just completely transform their business later on and do something else. They've made just such obscene amounts of money. Why do you buy Apple couldn't go bankrupt because Microsoft would have to continue funding their R&D? The story. Well, it was right around the time that Microsoft was getting slapped with the antitrust suit, and they had to like give money to their competitors. That was the at least the thesis. Did AMD follow Wyckoff accumulation and distribution over an extended period of time? Just go read his book, man. All these questions he wrote about. Yeah, I don't think Facebook's dead either. What kind of sustainable edge can we have as retail investors? Dumb money over hedgies, smart money. I mean, you have to find asymmetry. You have to find under stocks that are undervalued, and sometimes that requires being in those stocks for far longer than you would like. Not always. I was in a private program in middle school. It wasn't a private school. Does Jimmy Volume today cost same like AMC chance of MOASS? They're really fighting for gamma neutral right now. I don't know how long they'll be able to sustain. But if it crosses 122.50, they're in trouble. Are you concerned about 350k shares available to borrow now through IBKR? No. They have no desire to short GameStop today or tomorrow, I don't think. Not a significant one. Also, our volatility has picked up significantly through January, which indicates even more institutional buying. I don't really think about that. So you worked multiple jobs to afford your AMD. What happened to hashtag quit job soon? I never said that. Don't. Okay, Azer, we don't have to hate Stefan because of his exuberance, all right? He's just found out about Wyckoff. He's very excited. Could you just ask JFresh to message me on Discord about me? I can't find any good DD on it. Why the fuck would JFresh have any DD on me? Stefan wrote a DD on it in the Billionaires thing a little while back. So if not today and not tomorrow, do we revisit the whole cycle thesis? Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna wait and see if Reg Show pops up. If Reg Show pops up and they've, you know, failed their obligations, then we could just like fucking MOASS at that point. I mean, I don't know what there is to revisit on this. All of it's there. All of the evidence is there. All of the data backs the evidence. Short of them finding another way out that we're unaware of, which I don't see being possible. This is it. This is how the stock moves and how it works to the best of my understanding. Douglas Farnsworth, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, sir. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream. I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC, saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that show. Motherfucker, straight trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
It's at its support. And I wouldn't even call it a descending. I would say that this range is within 5%. So I would just say that this is a double bottom. And yeah, I mean, it's unlikely, and theoretically it could test 420 again, but this does not look unstable enough to be a crash. If it falls through 420, that's where the concern begins, right? That's where you're looking at a severe market decline. But right now it looks very much like it could just continue and bounce and have a bit of recovery. How recommended? He wrote a good DD on it. He wrote a good DD on me. Lots of books, brah. Get used to it. You want to be good at something, you got to put in the work. Retail investors didn't go to private school Ivy Leagues, didn't get internships at investment banks and hedge funds. Don't we outnumber those short hedge fund managers, workers, interns? I mean, yeah. There's definitely way more people invested in the market than operating it. Still YOLO'd to the gills on VIX calls. I took some profits from a few of my futures contracts. I'm holding some in case. When we MOASS, we get a new chair or just hire a popcorn bag holder to sit on as an active charity. We'll see. I'm just not going to sit anymore after MOASS. There'll be no more sitting. So we're expecting them to run into tomorrow instead. It looks that way. It looks like that they're pushing their obligations out to the last minute, which is good for us. It can run tomorrow. It's very likely that they're trying to shake the weekly calls and burn theta. They probably do not like the idea of running the stock into a fuck ton of weeklies. What's the leverage on those 225s, by the way? It's kind of insane. You wear that hat every day. Does it smell yet? I have 2 of them and I keep them clean. Yes, they can run it in after hours. Can they cover all of their exposure in after hours? Unlikely, unless a large institution is willing to part with their position. And based on the recent accumulation, that's very unlikely. The shorts may well indeed be fuck. Don't underestimate my bullishness on this window. My bullishness and for this window is just as high as it was for January, especially after they kicked the can of January into this window. Just because my price range predictions for OPEX are lower does not mean that I do not think the rest of the cycle can be realized to great potential. But my expectations are tempered. People have been burned repeatedly. Many of those people carrying options now. And so, you know, I'm sticking to a strict methodology for price prediction, and I'm not going to let hopes and dreams influence that. What stops them from kicking a can again this time? There's nowhere to kick it. Imagine there's a wall. They've kicked the can against it. They don't, well, it's not to their, you have to understand, first of all, and this is the thing that plagues everybody with so much fear and doubt over these OPEX scenarios, is that it is to the short hedge fund's advantage to cover right now. They want to cover. This is not something that they want to kick, because if they do not, then it exposes far greater risk. They are hedged against this covering. They are prepared to cover. They want to cover because they need to unlock the liquidity that they've dried up in those ETFs. By covering, they rebalance those ETFs. They set everything back to zero, and they can do the same thing again. If they do not cover, then all of their risk is on the table, and they are truly fucked. So it is to their advantage. It is. They have an incentive to cover. If this doesn't pan out, would we March 18 calls, or should we wait for the week of March 1st? I would probably roll my calls out a week if nothing happens this week, just to be safe. I would definitely consider moving my calls forward 1 week, just to test the waters and see what's happening. See if we end up on the threshold list by next Friday. It's OpEx? No, that's operational expenses or expenditure. I mean, you could say it whatever way you want. I can feel that your tempered expectations are full of love for everyone who's supported your DD and made their own decisions based on your work. Thank you, Gherkin. Thanks, Grizz. They're also just because I don't want to get burned either. So if they cover and do it again, there wouldn't be a squeeze, right? That's not necessarily true. That depends. That depends on the amount of delta that continues to be hedged. Could they wait until late Friday? It's unlikely. I don't think so. I mean, it's possible with the holiday, but I don't think so. It's not like I'm going to sell my calls on Friday unless the price tanks. Yep, it's a bitch. It takes time. You're not going to get good at it quickly, man. Years before you're experienced enough to be a trader profitable in your own right. What do you think of using the net volume indicator for peaks during MOASS? It's on WeBull. Thank you, sir. It's solid. When it flatlines, but the volume continues to increase, like price flatlines and volume continues to increase, it's a good indicator of a peak. 135 calls for the end of this week are fucked? Not necessarily. But yeah, weeklies are super dangerous. There are FINRA deferrals, but I've never seen them affect the OPEX window. We had a holiday in November, the week of OPEX, and nothing was deferred. Time is it? 12:53. Yeah, this is. We cross VWAP? I can barely tell. Yeah, we did. Shorting. Don't like that break point. I guess. Yeah, 119 still solid resistance. It's like 119 range right here. You differentiate OPEX from the rest of the cycle. Can you provide some details on how you differentiate these two terms? Well, I think there is a fail roll cycle. I mean, OPEX is they're all tied together, but there's the fail roll cycle. There's the FTD cycles. And then there's OPEX. And OPEX and the fail roll cycle are related. The FTD cycle is simply an effect of these other two cycles realized in the illiquidity and which propagates synthetic share creation. So because of the volume necessary for these events to occur, FTDs are generated. And then the FTD cycle has an influence on the rest of it. Sometimes the FTD cycle is realized to a great degree, like November 3rd, January 26th, December 17th, Feb 8th. These were all FTD dates. So these were all the realization of FTDs that were generated by previous OPEX and fail roll cycles. And it's confusing because it is so multi-layered like this. And like when these cycles are weak, they create weakness in the FTD cycle that they generate. If we go on reg show, you selling your AMD off? I have powder on hand. I'm ready for it. The other day you mentioned something about your birthday massacre. Yeah, so I was trying to get Book of MOASS out as fast as possible. And they started pre-hedging. My birthday's on the 19th, and they started pre-hedging into the November run. And I got the last part of the book out on the weekend before the T+2 OPEX window. Due to the pre-hedging, and I think to some of the pressure being relieved in earlier in November, our run was less substantial. Well, it wasn't less substantial. It hit the price targets we expected, but the volume and velocity of the run were diminished. And so as soon as the covering was complete, the price of the stock tanked. I think $20 or $30 that same day, burning any contract holders that held beyond the morning peak, which was brief. It was a rug pull and quite an intense one. We could, if we get reg shared, we could find out as early as this week. I don't know how many obligations are built up because we don't have like constant SEC reporting, right? They won't tell us. So it's just a mystery. Best argument for why we expect price action by tomorrow afternoon at the latest is because they haven't dodged OPEX before. So that implies they're unable to. Likely. They were able to reduce the impact of OPEX in November, but they were unable to dodge it. With all the instability in the market and the threat of Ukraine-Russia conflict escalations, does it make sense for them to wait to the last minute to cover? Yeah, it does. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick. Look to roll calls out to April 15s. I'll probably be looking to roll. April 15 might be a bit far. I might look to roll to March 25 or April 1st, depending on where OI falls. But I'm not concerned about rolling at the moment. How long after being put on Reg Show is MOASS? 13. I mean, it could start as soon as 13 days later. "13 trading days, which would be March 15th. I still don't think any of that's going to happen. I think they're going to cover their obligations. They're going to close their swaps. The stock is going to run, and they're going to short it all over again. There's a very good reason for them to continue the system at play because it is very, very, very profitable. It says they need your help. I haven't seen the video from Macro After Dark. Send me it. I'll check it out. I don't know. Maybe he just read my DD. Who fucking knows, man? I'm sure he has financial analysts that work for him. He's a billionaire. The amount of information available to someone in his position is far greater than the amount of information available to us. Cohen equals option shill. Probably. Check quant cord. Quanticord. Where are we? Okay. Jumi drop and call put OI. This time is larger than any of the previous ones. Okay, so we're looking at OPEX put open interest 200. That's January. Jesus Christ. Wait. Hold on, turd. Before I get too excited here, can you check IWM same time versus now? Those last the second to last and the one before that put open interest chart from last January and right now, and can you compare that with IWM same time frames? I just want to make sure that the quantity of obligation is in line on both. Yeah, you only need to go back a year, right? Or no? Just IWM on 115, right? And then IWM now. Do you have that or no? Yeah, I just updated Reddit. Reddit's not down. Is this a scallop? Yeah. It's a little more bullish than that. I need OI historical ideas. Anyone has it? We have it in the in the database. Asking the quant channel. We have, I think we have, or we can easily get the open interest data from I think we have it already for IWM. Yeah, just ask them. Ask Mork or Mavunky, whoever's around. Atomic might have it. I'm not sure who has access. JFresh maybe. What's happening? Was there news? Stocks are coming. Not really. I'm not concerned. Do you have it, Dan? I didn't think you had it. Yeah, it's weighted against variance and volatility. Little kid lover. 14. Still a terrible screen name. You already answered this. Pee poo poo? Yes. It's from The Office, I think. Finding the courage to step out from the shadows. Been here since before the first coup, and I'm happy to show my support. I'm finally a pigeon whale. Thank you, Gherk. When did this happen? Thank you so much. Did you get a song? Take a song. I don't even know if you became one. I appreciate it, man.
It's a motherfucking pigeon whale. I scream with certainty. $100 a month supporting Pi 5 stream. Pigeon whales coo and the profits don't stop. Praise be to that pretty lady named Fiend. I hope you ain't gonna be a paper in a bitch you see, but most likely you will be. To be entirely honest, I can't imagine what you'll think with an extra 100 bones not in your piggy bank. But at the very least, it's safe to say you're smart enough not to be selling covered calls like Movement, cause that's fucking rough. Once the day comes when GameStop finally leaves the stratosphere, we'll all be pigeon whales on Gherk's yacht. Hey, will you let me steer? Hey, seriously guys, not a cult. Not a cult.
Big Putin was short, Jamie. Maybe he's long. He's going after the obligations warehouse. Nothing will stop him. Sad paying for so many bot views to mislead your people while you stare at the same two charts every day. Can the bots please weigh in and chat real quick? Do they not work off voice commands? Oh. Fuck. Lashmu, I have a message for you. Our CSP.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
I'm already demonetized, Steve. I don't give a fuck. Oh no, I'm gonna lose my $60 YouTube money for the day. How terrible. I can't play the Pigeon Whale song until there's new Pigeon Whales. You know how this works, Steve. I mean, if Lashmu is right and I can control bots with my mind, my power is endless. Think of the possibilities. Real sounding FUD tanking the spy markets this afternoon. Latvia says Russian tanks entering Donbass as Australia warns of large scale invasion in 24 to 48 hours. Goddamn. Is it possible to push options prices to a price way above reasonable given the price of the underlying? Yes. Basically Neo. Yeah, essentially. We would have MOASSed already if you could control bots with your mind. When's the latest you think we could see a run? I think they're waiting until the last minute, hoping that a market correction will make it cheaper for them. Now he's gonna go tell all his buddies that he was banned on their Discord, where they really do in fact brigade Reddit. Guys, look what PyFi did to me. He's so mean. He doesn't respect my viewpoints. Can you update my bot programming to be more profitable on my options trades? No, sorry. I'm busy making sure the bots keep talking in chat and trolling me. I have to manage both sets of bots, right? I have to manage the pro Gherk bots and the anti Gherk bots. It's fuck, man. It's mentally exhausting. That's why I'm up basically 24 hours a day. I thought we were all here because PyFi is mean to us. GameStop investors pump stock on rumored Russian deal to open 100 brick and mortar stores in Russia. MC has been at RSA 20 for like 20 minutes now. Who cares? Would you buy calls over there? You're just the worst, aren't you? You did, didn't you? You fucking son of a bitch. You're long AMC? If I was your real dad, I would have left. The second I realized. Thanks, Han. You're not wrong. Bearish bets on GameStop. Covered in the filth of assignment and long AMC. It's just, I just can't even. I've had it up to here, Moon. I think Roaring Kitty was right. What's this? Did you? Oh, haha. Nice try. Nice try, chicken tender daddy. You have to hashtag it. You need more bots? I mean, don't you see how many I have in chat? You said it before, selling to rebuy at computer share is very bad, right? Yes. Transferring's fine. Selling GameStop shares into the open market helps them reduce their FTD obligations. In no uncertain terms. Having parents is overrated. I'm 32. I have a drinking problem, commitment issues, and discovered options last year. I'm doing fine. Help. Is it bad to sell GameStop shares to pay my taxes? I don't know. Talk to your accountant. I think you can defer taxes, right? But I would talk to an accountant about that. I'm not a fucking CPA. Do you imagine being on camera 40 hours a week on little sleep, getting shilled and called and fudded all day? I love it. I couldn't be happier. Meditation. The negativity, the anger, it fuels me. He gives me energy I never thought I had. I'm replacing some items around the house. I was wondering, do pots cost same like chairs? I mean, I suppose you could find equivalency there. Weren't you going to show us a bullish chart or something? I'm waiting for Turd to compile data. Okay, this can take time. This isn't just like, oh, compile this options chain real quick and show it to everybody. Do you like salty biscuits? There's a post making its way up SS right now telling people to sell and rebuy, and even suggesting that taking tax hits to register shares held in an IRA. Wow. That's fucking stupid. I don't love the drama. I'd prefer to live without it, frankly. How much of your trading assets? I have a little more set aside right now, brain pewter, about 60 of my available trading capital. I have about 60% set aside for market conditions and moving into positions. The rest of it's invested. In like short-term plays like VIX and CAT. Then we wouldn't have drama Mondays. Lauer tweeted? Cool. They're most definitely bad actors with no interest in GMEs, fanning the flames within the community. Stay zen if you can. In the end, it all ends at the keyboard. I think it's a case of organic ideas being weaponized and used against the best interest of the community, which is smart. It's easy. I have weeklies. I bought them earlier. I have 225s. Is this not a ladder attack? No. Ladder attacks require very high volume and are basically impossible on GameStop, given its illiquidity and the fact that nobody's setting stop limits. This 225 is just for volatility. Yeah, sure. Probably. There's a series of savvy options plays. I turned $30 into 115 over 2 days. I'm now only down about 9,915 since I started trading options. Things are on the up and up. Congratulations, Mr. Diggs, on your first realized profits. If you'd paper traded instead of investing real capital while you learned to play options, you wouldn't have lost any real money. But your experience would be the same and just as valuable. Seems like we're seeing them managing to stay in the game with really diminished movement in the cycles. At the end of the day, we need GME to be catalyzed, become a catalyst by implementing their plans. It helps, but not necessarily. This 2+2 period has been fire. I fucking know, poker. Look at us beating the market. We're outperforming the fuck out of the market right now. You know that, right? Like, this is not bad news. Also, T+2 is over tomorrow. Fucking cool your beans. Are you ready to accept the fact that you're just codes in a computer? Only if you accept the fact that you need to lay off the weed a little bit. So you have paper trading. Do you have suggestions to a site to keep track or play? TDA's got a really good paper trading platform. And I think if you put, I don't even know if you need to deposit money in order to get live data, but you might have to. But even on delayed data, you can still paper trade, right? You can, it has a rewind function, so you can like play back the day. Hey, lunchtime, and nothing is happening. Weird. Okay, Gaff. None of your shit today. T+2 could start after hours tomorrow. It can start in after hours today. TDA requires 500 in your account to use their software on paper trade. I don't think that's true. That's a lot. If GME goes on Reg Show, can they still short through ETF creation? Well, the problem there is that the ETFs are about tapped out. The obligations are already like really high because we're at the end of the quarter. And also the ETF X dividend is coming. OPEC's still likely to happen. Yeah. It's not over. It's likely to happen until it's over. Will my 140 weeklies print? Maybe. Weeklies were a terrible idea. I tried to tell everyone that a bunch. They'll disable it after like 6 months if you don't fund an account. But the question is, how much do you need to fund it? I think. That's what we said about the other expectation dates without the expected outcome. Not a shill, just saying. I mean, the other expected, this OPEX has occurred every single time, every quarter, without fail. So until it fails, there is no confirmation that it won't, right? After a year of sitting through the ups and downs on GameStop, it shocks me that people can't fucking sit through a 72-hour window without getting like fucking emotional and depressed. Put their pickle. I can't read a goddamn thing there. Why do people always stack the Ko-Fis? So we've seen no covering or very little covering today, meaning they still have to cover between now and tomorrow. If there's still no covering by end of day tomorrow, is it more likely they already covered or didn't cover at all? I would say that it's more likely that they didn't cover at all. Thank you, gherkin, Zakir's wife, and prodigy son, turd, dork, and all others involved. You are appreciated. We are close. I know you feel it. Hedgies are fuck. Soon we will be validated. Favorite Gherkism, words of wisdom today. Don't compare yourself to others. Thanks, meditation. I appreciate that, man. Have more proof for the shills? Comstock Gay refers to Scorpios as the punk of the zodiac in her book and explains that when we think of this sign, we often think of words like probing, provocative, dark, and magnetic. She says that Scorpios often appear quiet, private, and self contained, but not because they're timid or demure, but because they're observing, scheming, pulling strings from the shadows. That's all true. Is XRT gonna run with GME? Probably after XRT. Like the run in XRT occurs after OPEX. Spy taking a shit a little bit. It took a little midday poop. Option strat has free options paper trading. Also, yeah, they do. Are we moving away from March 18s for Febs? No. Who the fuck is why would what? That doesn't even make sense. In November, when we ran early in the week, was that the same situation as this week, but they just covered early? Yes. They covered a lot of exposure into Friday, right? So what they did was by running the stock on Friday is they were able to take the GameStop, like hedge the GameStop options exposure. So all that retail FOMO into options on the 18th and 17th caused a large amount of hedging to occur into the Friday. And then the realization of OPEX only occurred over Monday and Tuesday because OPEX wasn't actually very strong for that cycle. And so, but normally, you know, we'd see GME options at stack with that OPEX exposure instead of being appropriately hedged. But since they appropriately hedged, we ran on the Friday before. April's not yet. It's too soon. I don't know. Back test it, Stefan. What do you mean we haven't ran since people started pushing DRS and options? That's not true. We ran in August and in November, and then we ran again here at the beginning of February. These are all runs. You know, stocks don't go up $30 at a time normally. It's rare. That's not normal. I know you've probably only ever owned GameStop, but when stocks go up $30 a day, something's wrong. Especially when they do it with the consistency that GameStop does. Oh yeah, volume's low today. Very. What do you think this is? Crypto? Meditation is so healthy and wonderful. Oh god. Not you two, Han. Why don't you guys take it somewhere? Gurk, Wooden Flurkin, meow. Appreciate you, man. Been a wild ass journey since April. Keep being you. Also, Fruity Pebbles not same like Cocoa Puffs. They're not. They're same like Cocoa Pebbles. Except Cocoa Pebbles are better. Could any of our outperformance of the market today be them trying to buy some of their OPEX obligations in little trickles? I mean, I'm sure, but it's not significant. There's also FTDs due today that are driving volume and calls, right? There's, you know, how many calls purchased today? Calls and puts. There's, you know, most of our volume, if not all of it, in a given day is generated through put and call buying. Today, almost 11 million notional value in the options chain. 7.7 million in calls, 3.8 million in puts. They know active funds are going to sell when the market drops, so they buy puts for the drop, and you know the selling helps them lower the price. I mean, it offsets things, but it's not a reliable way of bringing the price of the stock down, but it does maintain the price of the stock. And we see that strategy play out pretty consistently on a day-to-day basis. It also, you know, helps with CNS. We get time of sales. All orders have gone through today that I can see are for at least 100, looking like massive dark pool internalization. Well, you have to remember there's like non-block orders that people put in. Those are being those are grouped and then printed in blocks of 100. So those odd lot orders, you know, the broker dealers or the clearing houses are going to group those into blocks of 100. It's like, you know, part of why the payment for order flow system works. Okay, cool. So now we have IWM turd. Dope. So IWM last year, OPEX 4 million in put open interest. This year, 200,000. Okay, so they're not. Wait, hold on. Okay, so IWM. The fuck? Wait, that data value is the same, right? No, different? Same? That's February. No, not. God damn it. Turd. Didn't you show me January in the first one? Oh no, it was Feb. No, it was January. I need to see. I need January. January XRT last year versus January IWM last year. Also, why are those values different from one to the next? I don't have Jan. We have Feb. Oh, well, that doesn't help. Fuck. I mean, it's compelling as shit, but if it was just because the obligation, like that, the brunt of that obligation was in IWM. Yeah, 219 was OPEX, but it's possible that they had to close their swaps early in January because of the thresholding, right? So in the first one is the current put open interest on XRT. So you're saying last year it was 1.2 million. And then this year it's 200,000. I mean, we're just flat. Like if you look, like we're 0.03% price change. It's to the upside, but OPEX carries through tomorrow. It's not after hours today. Nathaniel Haberdasher. Would you consider a post on RSS discussing the benefits of meditation and suggesting a time for everyone to meditate around the world? I know the probability is less than the lottery. It is. Belong from your daily. Where did you? In your DMs. That's the day we have the big dump of but I think what's he counting from? He's just counting from the January 21st expiry as T plus 25. That's not how OPEX works though. OPEX doesn't have anything to do with like FTD fail cycles at all. It falls relatively within the same period, but I'm not sure why where he's getting the T plus 2 plus 35, because T plus 2 plus 35 is that's like Reg T. It has nothing to do with options, the options expiration. That has to do with the FTD settlement. So it seems just arbitrary. I mean, if you track settlement for obligations created on leap expiration Jan 21, I believe those put us on March 1st. Or no, those are tomorrow. So yeah, I don't get what he's talking about. They're running into tomorrow as late as possible to crush theta and hope Potent invades just to look at the market trend. Yeah, I agree. We're not really seeing any covering go on across the entire basket, and there's definitely obligations due. Express was MOASS this whole time. Yeah, so he's using, the problem with his theory, Fluffios, is he's using an arbitrary settlement period that has nothing to do with OPEX. OPEX is just T plus 2. There's no 35. This guy wrote like this theory in my daily. Like, it's compelling. He's lined up a thing, but that thing has nothing to do with the thing he's talking about. What's up, Bipolar Bear? It's not pre-market tomorrow. The orders have to be placed but not settled by market open tomorrow. Nathaniel Haberdasher. We went over this earlier, but I'll go over it again. Just trading view. Since we're not doing anything right now. All right. If we go back out to the same period last year, and this is the 4 hour, but this was the T plus 2 day. It was Feb 23rd. And then we began running at pre-market. So as long as the orders are placed here, they can continue throughout the day as dark pools settle the orders. So they do have to be placed at pre-market, but they can still have a delayed effect. As a matter of fact, dark pools can take up to 48 hours. Unlikely, but it can be that long. I don't think illiquidity is high enough for that to be an issue, but of course. I mean, if the market tanks and GameStop goes down with it, and then they can cover while the market's tanking, that makes it far cheaper. Especially if they're cash settling, right? If they're cash settling those obligations. Mr. Last prediction, Wind Moon, did we miss? Tomorrow. You didn't miss anything. I spoke with you at length last night about this. The T day is Friday, but it's Friday at market close. I'm gonna YOLO into some weeklies tomorrow. Sounds dumb. We should do that again sometime. Yeah, it was cool. But it's, I don't know. It's rough for me to do like 4-hour long VCs. SSR off trigger price 106.25. Okay. Feb 23rd. Thanks. That comment in your daily also references the latest James R video. Take it with a grain of salt. Okay. I like to picture Ken Griffin sitting in front of the TV, eating out of the mayo jar, switching channels feverishly between CNN, Fox News, and BBC, waiting for Russian invasion to be officially announced, so he can smash the cover and publish FUD news reports button. So if the market tanks tomorrow and they cash settle so it's cheaper to them, what impact does that have on price action? Price goes up. Or stabilizes against the downtrend in the market. I mean, it depends. If you're talking a full-on market crash, I doubt OPEX could resist the sell pressure. But remember that if lenders are selling, they're recalling their shares, which could create even more buy pressure. I think GameStop is already proven today to be very resistant to the downtrend in the market. I don't know if anyone's noticed, but the SPY is not having a great day. 389 basis points. GameStop fucking down 0.4, 40. This is impressive. Almost everything else coming down at rates more similar to the market. Tesla down, 4.66. AMD down 3. TQQQ's down 4%. It's probably not a good measurement of anything. Snap is up for some reason. VIX up. It's climbing again. Express is having some covering go on. That's interesting. Huh. Express is in the basket. GME does usually fall faster than the market. It usually underperforms. We're doing good. If we find another floor here, that's strong. If we find another higher floor into the end of the day. Tootsie Roll doing okay? What's up, TV? Look at Guybrush stopping OPEX covering. Are we concerned that the reason we aren't down is because they are already covering? A little bit, but the volume is too low. We have 830,000 volume today with $8 million in options notional interest. I don't think the majority of our volume is from any type of covering. Also, our volume's almost non-existent. This is stagnation at best. Or at worst. It's so tomorrow, 100% we're going up. It's the last day. Just pinged a colleague on work chat and accidentally called them Gurk. Tau? Ran up a little bit today. 10%. What the fuck does this company even do? After school tutoring programs in the People's Republic of China. Weird. I would say there's a large short position on them. Today's run, and if options, how's the options chain look? Yeah, not a lot of strength in the options chain and a massive float. I don't think it's going to do anything impressive. Like, it looks good for today, but I think it's burned through most of the gamma. Where does the fucking bottom of this keep going? Oh, that's on the 1 hour, that's why. Again? Like right on our floor. Yeah, this is that trend. It's not up there. It fucking misscales it, but I regularly run it for power hour and re-employ the tactic they used last year and halt us into close. Not today. They did that last year because it gives them additional time to clear obligations on the last day. Or the obligations were just so great they couldn't avoid it. I mean, both are possible. I don't want to make it sound like a conspiracy theory. But it did give them an additional day to clear obligations due in T+2. I mean, it makes sense that Jamie is holding up well right now. Even rich homie Warren Buffett knows shorts equal futures buyers. This thing has been shorted hard. Future buyers are going to be there. Bank on it. I think everyone's pretty banked on it. Isn't there any? If there isn't any price improvement today, we've been buying 225 calls for a shot at a big win. I bought 8 225s for the meme. Would it be make sense for them to let the price run on Friday? Would the theta decay on weeklies be better for them than calls expiring in the money?
I mean, there's no option to run it on Friday in T+2 settlement. No, SLD just wrapped up last week. I'm telling you, the market is about to crash. Probably. I don't know if it'll crash. Correct, I think, is a better. Putin just attacked? Are we sure? Yeah, I don't see that. Yeah. I don't see any of that. SLD deposits are up, but definitely looks like money hasn't been released back in yet. That's what Fox News is saying. Interesting. Starting to cover on DDS too. What's your price target on Tesla? I'm not even playing it right now, dude. It was 773 to the low side. I'm sending you a source with live updates. Okay, yeah. So nothing moving on. All right, thanks. Appreciate that. I don't see any confirmation of that. Yeah, that's not true. I see 0 sources pointing to an invasion having begun. It's probably happening very shortly, but none of my sources have said definite yet, so some of them are turned off at the moment, though. Thanks. Puts on shift search, bought or sold. Looks like there were some sold earlier today. I haven't looked. March 100s. Those look. They're probably sold. Yeah, OI's driving up, so I would say sold. The Feb 150s also look sold. If Putin is long Jimmy, do you think he's DRS to shares? I don't know. What harm is it to go onto the threshold list? They can't maintain price suppression on the stock day to day. It starts a consistent rise in value of GameStop. Fucks up their obligation delivery mechanisms. They don't want GameStop to go on through the threshold list, believe me. I feel like I'm a retard what the reg show list is. The forced settlement of securities with obligations in excess of 0.5% of their float per day for more than 5 days. It ceases the ability to short sell that asset without a pre-borrow agreement, and then day to day closes out overdue obligations. It also, if I'm not mistaken, Gaff, cracks open the OW, right? That's the biggest risk of thresholding. Fully missed that. I was actually working for once. When a security is placed on the threshold list, does that not bring up the obligations warehouse like the obligations due in the OW? Because CNS ceases, right? And as obligations are forced settled. Can't both buying and selling increase OI? No. Well, it can. I mean, if someone's writing the contract that you're trying to buy for you to buy it, but no. That's the right increases the OI. To buy it, just buying and selling it just increase the volume. Oh, I'm tired. Post on SS suggests massive amount of $1 Jan 2023 puts bought. Is this accurate? I don't see any indication of that here. Hold on, let me look at volume. No. They've already been there. They bought those during the leap expiration when they had to rehedge their variance swaps. So those were already there. That's not new open interest. I'd like to order a nice run to 150 with a large side of IV increase. You know what? Make it 70%. I'm feeling spicy today. Why settle on a Friday, Thursday? Tomorrow's Thursday, not Friday. I thought thresholding grouped the FTDs and then force closed them. Or at least that's what their literature indicates. Not that they are processed through CNS. It would make sense for them to use CNS, but I don't think they do. I think it moves to a different settlement type. Because they have like threshold settlement procedures that would take precedence. Like, isn't that why we blew up 13 days after we went on the threshold list? That was my understanding. If the market crashes, will you stream it? Absolutely. Am I hanging out for a bit in after hours? Maybe a couple minutes. If I don't see any volume, though, I'm gonna bail. Please insert more robot tokens to continue human-computer interaction. If the market crashes, will you stream it? To that. Just curious if many different exposures can be put into 3-year-long swaps. Till you removed it from the exchange for 3 years, as an example. Yeah. They have 10-year swaps too. There's total return swaps of the 10-year. I think GameStop has open swaps for 2032. That doesn't matter. If the counterparty assesses risk is too high, they'll close the position. Just because it's for 2032 doesn't mean the position can't be closed out. How about we all write letters to Putin, telling him to go long GME and destroy the US stock market? Well, I think that'd be a crime, and your shares, whether DRS or not, would be seized under civil asset or criminal or asset forfeiture. It'd be criminal, yeah. Theoretically, if the counterparty is willing to enter into a secondary agreement via the OW, they can shunt the obligation off of the list and enter as an OW contract, but any QSIP that is flagged as CNS eligible will still get moved back to CNS based on OW rule sets. So the threshold list forces closeout requirement, but this closeout doesn't stop CNS. It just creates a secondary stream of forced coverage to allow for location requirement. Delivery outside of lit markets because CNS only cares about the lit. Oh, okay. So it closes OTC. It force closes OTC obligations. That's kind of fucking interesting. Where are VXX and UVXY gains under CBOE VIX? CBOE VIX is the index. VXX and UVXY track it. UVXY should be higher rate of increase. It's 1.5x. Well, UVXY is 1.5x VIX futures, which may be in contango, so they may be becoming more valuable in the near term and like less valuable long term. Like, so far dated futures, VIX futures may be dropping in value. I don't know how much I don't know what specific contracts UVXY tracks.
Has the price moved in the last hour? Jesus fucking Christ. Barely. It's because of the way ownership is defined legally, Stefan. Essentially states that you owe this, so you need to get it now. Brokers are held responsible because they can manage general market liquidity, so brokers will force tap OTC to reduce their own risk. Okay, that makes sense. So it's the lenders are pushing it. Okay. I mean, dope either way, right? Thanks, Mike Spickle. Double bottom jeans, boots with the spurs. End of day rip, probably tomorrow. This is very much looking like they are waiting, maybe overnight, right, to see what the market conditions are. If you have the SPY crashing while GameStop rips, the amount of FOMO that would fly, institutional and retail, that would fly into GameStop if it was completely inverse the market would be fucking insane. We're already resisting the market. They don't want us moving strongly against it. That, like, high value negative beta in a short period like that is a massive buy signal. Remember, they don't want FOMO. It puts their strategies at risk. And they can't fight that kind of FOMO. They can fight retail FOMO, but you know, if like fucking JPM and B of A and Merrill are piling in, they're fucked, right? This isn't healthy, but I want OPEC's move to be realized more because I'm a spiritual monster. I want to hear the reaction to you being right, less because of money. I mean, money too, but you get it. I do, Matt. Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to be right too. Not just to be right, but because it'd be great for everybody. What do you think a SPY crash looks like if Putin invades? I mean, if the SPY destabilizes and fear sets in, the SPY could go down 200, sub 200. Yeah, if the SPY were to tank tomorrow and Jamie rips, it creates a situation they don't want either. You have to remember, probably a small amount of, at least, of the buying interest that occurred in January was probably due to the fact that the market was moving inverse to GameStop and the other assets in the basket that ran as well. BBBY, AMC, all of these probably picked up institutional interest due to the negative beta values that they were presenting over the course of those few days. Remember, volatility is inversely correlated with price, right? And assets with high vega are more sensitive to volatility, which makes stocks like this the perfect target to buy in the event of a market crash. So in effect, GameStop could, if things line up, potentially be a hedge, a negative value hedge. So in 2012, they updated RegShare to put location and closeout requirements on the brokers and told them that not delivering will prevent them allowing shorting any ticker.
Shocker, 1 year later, fully automated CNS was rolled out to continuously roll over obligations to protect broker bottom line. Also, the reason why broker market tape reporting to NSCC is so on point is because the alternative is brokers freeze their own liquidity. System is simple, ingenious, and honestly flawless, except for the lack of serialization means that infinite loan, sell shorts are inevitable. Yeah. All right, interesting. So it's the brokers who are on the hook for thresholding. Curious. I wonder how that would play out. Could overstock running on massive volume on bad earnings be an indicator for coming GME OPEX run? It could be. Probably similar shorts. Yep, they allow it to happen. Yeah, okay. So thresholding essentially just the line in the sand drawn between the broker dealer and the short and well, the failing party, right? Interesting. Curious and curiouser. And without, we have like no volume today, so without the volume, they can't even, I mean, they're probably not even able to satisfy a significant number of FTDs through CNS either. Interesting. Is them waiting to the last minute to cover make the spike higher, more volatile? It creates more volatility, yeah. Interesting. Another test of 114? Fuck, man, that would suck. SPY stabilizing at 425. Little bit of support here, not a lot. No, this is a solid support. Fix at 30. All right. Hang in there, guys. But it is a blurry line since the best interest of both parties to resolve ASAP. About the closest to market collusion that we'll get. I mean, that seems like if it's going to tie up their own liquidity, that seems like the point at which they will no longer accept the risk. But yeah, I agree. It's beneficial for them to cover and not risk thresholding the underlying. Except in the case of the ETFs where they just don't give a shit. How's volume? Almost non-existent. We're still under 1 million for the day. They ran Macy's the night before, but that was an announcement of 2 billion in share buybacks, I believe. Well, those aren't real. Synthetics don't matter. I know. ETFs aren't even real. Gaff, have you ever read about transparent synthetic ETFs? Those are fun. Where their entire ownership of their like equity basket is through derivatives. It's quiet, too quiet. Yeah, the market is brilliantly terrifying at times. I already know more about it than I ever wanted to. You need to own up to how wrong you've been. It's nearly power hour on T+2 and not even 1 million volume. T+2 extends to tomorrow. What do you mean you don't get how? That's how the regulation works. What don't you understand about it? It's T plus 2 trading days, which concludes at the beginning of market open on the 3rd day. I should just, see, here's the problem is like, I can just call it T+3 And then most people understand it, but then there's going to be people who are like, no, it's T plus 2. Yeah, T plus 2-ish. There you go. Good job, Gaff. That's more accurate. T plus 2 sometimes. Yeah, they're allowed to place, they only have to place the orders by market open tomorrow. Due to their ability to delay settlement of dark pool orders, they can use dark pools to facilitate those transactions, further delaying the period of time in which their cover is realized on the lit exchange. Oh, so annoying. Ken Griffin, we're not placing any orders at market open tomorrow. There's nothing to be settled. Thanks, Ken. I'm sure. So what would be our best thing to do today? T plus 2.3 repeating. $150. That's 150 is where our gamma max is. 148. So price action beyond that, while it can occur, will be unstable and only supported by FOMO. We ran on Thursday last year also. This is historically supported as well. This is not an arbitrary conclusion of how T plus 2 settlement works. The same settlement period last year as well. They covered on the final day. Maybe their exposure is very high. There could be yearly swaps at play that we don't, know about. It has been mentioned that last year it was after 2 p.m. on T plus 3, and this week that we saw the run up. So really, we should expect orders to print tomorrow afternoon. No, I mean that's what I expect. I've outlined it in everything I've written for the last several months. That that covering can extend out beyond the T plus 2 day, because that's not the end of the period in which they are allowed to settle. Everyone said I was wrong yesterday, and that was just the first day. It's a 3-day window. Just look at it like that. People were saying I was wrong last week. Like, nobody knows what the fuck they're talking about. That's what you're dealing with. If no run this week, is cycle theory dead? OPEX is dead. If no run this week, a lot of things are dead. Not just the cycles. Everyone talks about how diamond handing shares will start MOASS, but diamond handing options starts MOASS. As price increases, delta increases. Yep. Am I nervous? No. I'll eat some losses, like probably like a 30% average, but it's fine. I'll make it back. If we don't run this week, will you be wardened? I mean, I already am. Then what do we hope for? People forget about the holiday. Yeah. Did we break an important resistance? No. We fell through this resistance. It's not super important. There's not even that much call interest here. They don't need to win. There's no winner. They're already winning, Brandon. They're not losing. The shorts, the best thing for the shorts is just to keep perpetuating what's been going on. That's what they want. And they've been mostly successful. J-Pow is the only hope. There'll be a paper-handed bitch this run. I want to retire. I mean, people are gonna manage their own risk as they see fit, man, and as they should. Another call. Fingers crossed for tomorrow. I'm probably gonna pick some up if I confirm a little bit of a turnaround, like towards the end of day. Am I missing something as to why people are freaking out? We still have another day. They don't understand how it works. Han Banan, thank you so much. Stop giving me your fucking money. I appreciate it. So far, what is different from this OPEX period and the last? November was weird. This is very similar to August. If we look at the August OPEX, you know, our low was reached. Like the peak of our low was 2 days before the run, which would still indicate yesterday morning as the peak of our current low. If we look here, it's, I mean, if you want to use candlesticks, which are horseshit, but if you want to use them, it's the same pattern. I don't know if November is going to be different because the low was here and they hedged into the run. We don't really have that here. We just had a bunch of FTDs due that drove up price action on the 1st and the 8th, which we knew, like we already expected those. And then, you know, that drove some options volume. So this FTD spike here drove some delta hedging for a few days. And then now that's consolidating. And then OPEX. The last time we saw something similar to this, or at least that number of FTDs due, would have been here pre-June, where we saw that FTD run and then into OPEX. And this is where OPEX starts. But we still had these 2 days, like these days of consolidation before OPEX kicked off. How does it feel to be a financial predator? Thanks, NW. I wonder what they will say if we do run hard. And if they're all wrong. Will they stop? No. Next catalyst after OPEX. That'll be even worse, because then they'll be angry and jealous. Next catalyst after OPEX, next OPEX. If they have stopped the OPEX cycles, long-term growth, I don't know. If you lose money, will you have to pay your sister back? I don't think so. So let's say they cover tomorrow. Do they have a specific range of hours of the day to cover, or just all day? I mean, so they need to place all the orders by market open, but they do essentially have, those can print at any time. When those settle, then they print to the lit exchange. So as long as those dark pool orders take to settle, which can technically be up to 48 hours. Wyckoff is designed to make investors feel so horrible that they shake out and paper hand. If you feel horrible, you might be getting Wyckoffed. Yeah. Then why do you own the fucking stock, man? If you don't believe in the company, why would you even be here? That's just fucking stupid. This is not hand. Here's the money for yesterday's coffee. Sorry, I forgot to leave it next to the grinder. You did pick up the grinder, didn't you? No? Thank you, Bithead. Are you going to roll your March 18s? If yes, when? Monday? Probably Monday. I'd probably cut my March 4ths if nothing happened tomorrow. And then roll my March 18s. Monday? What's Monday? What's the date? 28th? Yeah, Monday. I'm not doing that. Everyone stop panicking. Stop freaking out. Let the fucking thing play out, all right? If it fails, we'll reassess. I include myself in the dumb group that doesn't know what I'm talking about, but I learn something new every day. Thanks, Boosted Siggy. We're only down $2. Let's fucking go. Short hedge funds are fuck. The play is not about belief and doubt. It's calculated risk based on data-backed theory. Data-backed theory. This isn't fortune telling. It's math and data applied towards anticipated movements with risk accounting. Do your own DD and learn. Thank you, PyFi. Thanks, Sam. Remember yesterday, remember how I said I took those weeklies and bought 510s instead? This 510s have only slipped 0.09. That's why weeklies suck and buying theta is good. Friends, I'm bullish as ever this week. Hugs. I mean, we're only down $2 and everyone's like, it's over. The run isn't happening. It's so like fucking chill out. Stop buying 225s like degenerates and fucking relax. The fact that they're rooting for the cycle to fail to produce a run is gross. They want the stocks to go down and people to lose money en masse so they can say I told you so, but Gherk's a shill. Yeah, exactly. Because no dates, just holds, right? Which, you know, only furthers the short hedge funds like main strategy. If everyone, nobody ever capitalizes on what they're doing, then they just do it forever until the interest is driven out of the stock. Either by company growth or by investors bailing. They don't care either way. If market crashes, will you stream it? Yeah. It is like managing a kindergarten. Be greedy when others are fearful. All the things. There's a reason institutions use accumulation periods to buy. Because you buy when others are bailing. If DPU settlement can take up to 48 hours, wouldn't that mean the latest possible covering would be Friday at market close? Yeah. Or into after hours, I guess. 48 hours. 24. Monday market open would be the final possible covering. And I don't see any situation in which they're able to place that number of orders into dark pools that have that long of a settlement time. GameStop is not illiquid enough for that. Like maybe Thursday afternoon, but it seems very unlikely that they would be able to push out covering an additional 48 hours through dark pools. Did GME ever issue a dividend? I mean, they're a growth stock, so that's very unlikely. CNS closing, a few minutes. No, not yet, but we're not like meeting in person, so. There's also a reason why they pay high six figures for quality quants. You cannot outplay their risk teams. It isn't us versus them. Just ride the wave they're creating and riding to. Just make money. Seriously. Trying to calm GME holders with facts while AMC apes get super calm with when an OnlyFan content maker makes them say AMC is $1 trillion play. Jesus Christ. I think every person holding GameStop right now should hope that this goes up tomorrow and the next day. Or tomorrow in this T+2 window. Makes sense to me that they are waiting to cover to prevent FOMO on a 2-day run. It seems violent ups in the AM would price out some FOMO as they let it rip. Am I missing something? It's pretty accurate. Why did Jimmy Apes hate AMC so much? Because it's a distraction. It drives away investor interest in the stock that actually had potential to squeeze into a stock that never had any potential to squeeze after January of last year. Tomorrow when OPEX run starts, I'll become a pigeon whale, zen and bullish. Fuck yeah, Ryan. And you don't have to do that, man. I don't need your money. If we run tomorrow, I'll make a lot of money. Don't worry. But if you want to ascend to pigeon whale status, that's up to you. I think that massive attack and FUD campaign on SS towards you and the theory were precisely timed to intensify doubt about a run. I think it started before the run occurred in November and has continued ever since in order to create and generate doubt that a run would occur, because retail buying options in mass exposes the risk on their position and would be the one actual catalyst for MOASS. So when people say that the theory didn't work, that's because they didn't pay attention to it. So during the time when people needed to be learning about options and discussing them, and I said this before the November run, if they weren't, if retail convinced itself that options were evil, they would kill MOASS for themselves. And the few that did create a situation that exposed so much risk over the last 2 months that the short hedge funds have dug themselves underwater more than they have since last year. Tesla reached your 733 price target, 773 price target. Yeah, it did perfectly. Well, that's the test. So it either bounces or it fails. SPY also right at that 423 mark or 424 mark. Still falling? Stabilized. Everything's kind of stabilizing across the market at these low resistances. GameStop very stable at this resistance. Any ideas what it would take to catapult SPY out of this funk? I know that this is super simple a question. I don't know if it's possible, but can Elon invest into GME? He could if he wanted to, yeah. How does our volume compare to previous OPEX dates? Seems like it's not even close. We haven't run, so compared to previous OPEX dates, very similar. If we use August, the day before the August run, 1 million volume. The following day, 1.2 million volume. We're already at 1 million. This is not out of line with previous OPEX runs at all. Please discuss the funny ways in which you will troll all the shills here and on SS once your theory is proven correct. Flip that bit and put it with the other clip bit. What's the difference between an option and a weekly? And no, they're all options. Weeklies are just a nearer term expiration option. So it means that a weekly will expire this trading week. It beggars belief every day how calm you stay, dude, with these questions. Personally, I've heard you answer 1,000 times. High five, pal. High five to you, man. I couldn't stay that calm. I mean, I can tell you're dying inside and just want to ban them all, but you do good. Learn so much from you, pal. Thanks. Thanks, Brad Stonk. I appreciate it, man. I think it needs to be said that DRS would cause something to happen when the float gets fully registered. Making a killing on options in the cycles and exercising calls would accelerate that. I mean, it would accelerate float registration. It would accelerate, you know, it would allow, and people are holding an asset for this period of time. Fucking negative growth is just unbelievable. And then people think it's like evil to like capture value on your underlying. I mean, if you're remaining long, you're still invested. You're not a shill, right? And if you're using your ownership in that asset to create value that allows you to buy more of that asset, there's nothing more bullish than retail empowering themselves and buying more of the stock they like. Right? It's just fucking ridiculous. Do you think they dug themselves in such a big hole that they're going to continue digging, knowing there will have to be government intervention at some point? Hope that makes sense. No. I don't think their primes are going to let them fucking do that. No prime's gonna take on that kind of risk just for like a short or a volatility trader. And these aren't like family. I mean, there's probably some family offices, but you know, they have a lot of oversight. How is everyone so butthurt? Did they not read the scripture? Lady VWAP will part the OPEC Sea for 3 days to deliver her people, blah, blah. Come on. Yeah. Point oh. Can't believe you said holding GameStop and not selling was unbelievable. I didn't say I didn't say holding and not selling was unbelievable. Don't twist my words. I said not profiting off of your ownership in an asset is unbelievable. You can profit off of GameStop without ever selling a single fucking share, A-Town Ballers. Jesus fucking Christ. Do you think your unwillingness to DRS shares has contributed to the DRS people being unwilling to learn options? No. I think they would have been unwilling to learn anyway. What you have just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response was there anything that could ever be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this stream is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no karma, and may God have mercy on your soul. Please explain how you can profit off not selling without options. You can't. You need options. You can sell covered calls. You can sell options. You don't have to buy them. You cannot ignore what is arguably the largest part of the equity market because you don't like it or you're scared of the information, man. You can learn. The materials are out there. Everyone can learn at a basic level to understand options, to understand covered calls. I know 60-year-old fucking boomers who sell covered calls on their entire portfolio all fucking day, every day of the year. It's just ignorance, and it's bliss in ignorance. Somebody holding 1,000 shares of GameStop should not be losing their home or their car or their job. This is a capital market, not a protest or a statement. No one's listening. You're protesting on Reddit. While the media tells everybody that your stock is shit. If you want to win a battle, you take the fight to them. You don't sit passively on the sidelines expecting some fucking messiah to come down from the heavens and shit tendies all over you with NFTs and glorious promises of purple anuses. If you want to take action, guys, DRS, expose corruption. The corruption is exposed, bro. Everyone knows. It's fucking. You do you think the DOJ can't investigate the trade transactions? It's not like it's kept in like a secret vault where the DOJ can't see it unless you DRS your shares. They fucking know what's going on, man. They don't give a fuck. They knew what was going on with CDOs in 2008 for years, and they didn't give a shit. If you think that they're going to take down the structure of ETFs in order to satisfy your wallet, you're out of your fucking mind. It's kept in a burning data center. That's fucking more likely. Yeah, I'm definitely going with that first one. Well, no, I like, damn. You know, the first one looks too much like a cute baby. I was already demonetized earlier. I demonetize the stream all the fucking time. I don't give a shit. You don't need money to sell options. Yeah, you just need shares. Jesus fucking Christ. People like come argue this shit with me. They don't even understand what the fuck they're talking about. They just heard a thing somewhere and they think it's right because someone they trusted said it. Playing copyrighted music, cursing too much, all of them demonetize the stream. Where can I sell options with no money? That sounds great. On any brokerage that offers margin. We need more of your anger. I'm so tired of the ignorance. And it's always the same argument, and it's not a good argument. Since hedging is the primary driver of our price movements, if we buy puts to hedge, that contributes to shorting, right? Is this why you have said far out of the money puts because they aren't hedged much? Well, mostly, yes. They're not hedged at market price. And then if they tank the stock, my puts are below my cost basis when and if I do buy them, which is very rarely. given that we've been nowhere near my cost basis all year. Is that the cult symbol? No, it's a green circle. My feelings are more important than your facts. Lots of people said something that confirms my bias. That means I'm right because I'm not willing to do the homework to learn why I'm wrong. Yeah, even when the homework is provided. Where's the OPEX cheer gun? I'm still fucking stoked. I'm gonna make money fucking hand over fist tomorrow when my options print. And they'll just be more angry. So whatever. They just come in here and they don't say anything. Like, it's just meaningless drivel of some, you know, fucking faith-based belief system. Where's the beef? 510 gang. Let's fucking go. So you're saying that if somebody believes something, they should say nothing, Zach? That sounds like a world I wouldn't want to live in, man. I think if you believe something, you should say something. Because others might not be able to or can't. Doesn't it feel, I know this probably isn't important, but wouldn't it be a bad idea to add hashtag pickle, hashtag stock, hashtag financial to your tags? Might help you show it better in results. Maybe. I don't know how to do any of that. I don't even know where to put them to make them important. In Canada, we now can't speak freely under penalty of the government freezing our assets. Jesus. They ever this every time. Last time it was something it was covering early. Stands to reason they do it late this time. People need to chill. How long have we seen this? Over a year now? Thank you for fighting the fight. Thanks, Ghost. Peace out. I'm upset because you're not doing what I'm doing, and I don't understand what you're doing. Stop making money. Sarcasm. Thanks, guy who's bored. Yeah, it's... The options will print tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar they'll print tomorrow. There'll be sun tomorrow. Please make an Annie stream card for tomorrow, even if it prints today. I find hilarious on CS website, they say their main transfer agent is B of A when executing trades. Then on SS, everyone cheers when B of A articles come out saying their 70% might go under. Not only that, Merrill, JP Morgan, and B of A, which are the three brokers that CS uses, they don't use one, all have counterpartied swaps on GameStop in the last year. Merrill and B of A primarily, but JP Morgan as well. Not yet. No, because the macroeconomic trends right now favor them waiting, Ryan. So I'm not finding it suspicious that they're waiting to the final day. If they can let passive funds bring the price down for the next, however long, the rest of today, before they have to cover, then they just get a cover cheaper, right? They'll try to cover as much volume at the bottom as they can, and then whatever the run plays out to be, they'll accept. Am I correct in thinking that we would need to see some funky after hours or pre-market? We don't need to see shit. It could happen, but we don't need to see anything. DRS is probably pushed by short hedge funds institutions because they know it will keep apes bag holding during MOASS and will increase their time to exit. I don't agree with that. Thanks for teaching DRS options and giving us information and allow us to make our best educated decisions. No problem, meditation. Mr. Diggs, what did you say? You got restricted. I love you, not in like a friendly way, but in a way that might make you uncomfortable if you were to meet me in person. Keep up the good work. Not sure $3 is enough to get you to tell me to go fuck myself, but if you could, that'd be great. Go fuck yourself, Mr. Diggs. Am I correct in thinking that we need to see? No, we don't. Going into the February run last year, we didn't see any indication of covering in the pre-market. A little bit, but tiny, like not noticeable. It's not T+3 though. It's still just T+2. But yeah, so we moved from $44.96 to $200. Do your friends or family know that you're the leader of a subsection of a cult? No. Thanks, guys. Guy who's bored. Don't worry about becoming a member, dude. I don't care about that. Just make money. It's insane how many people waste their time day after day coming in here with nonsense points. Don't take a second to pause to reevaluate their perceptions. Echo chambers, right? Don't get me wrong. We all fall prey to them. Time tomorrow to study dark pool data. If they're reported dark pools, 15 minutes after market open. I don't know what dark pools are like we're tracking through Market Chameleon. There's more dark pools. It's just like any of the other data sets, right? They can be incomplete, like shares tomorrow. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. I mean, no, there's no way to offset the obligations due currently. Is the SPY still just tanking? All the way down to 420, huh? Jesus Christ. Sure, seeing the crown, awesome. Made charts in Discord. Oh shit. Is that lower? But the delay is so long. In line with last Feb. I mean, on the GME puts look to be in far greater numbers. But yeah, XRT and IWM look very much in line with I guess I'll share these. There's a legend. GME call open interest, put open interest. Yeah, well, GME put open interest expiring on 125 greater percent change. Okay, so that's the price. And then call open interest almost as high as the pre-gen run. Jesus. Higher than any other time this year outside of what, October, November? June? April, I guess. How high is that? I can't tell. And then if we look at this is IWM. If you look at open put interest versus last Feb, And XRT open put interest versus last February. Yeah, last February is right here. Sorry. And then now. Yeah, they line up. All right, so I mean, it looks good. It's all there, right? It's just when. That's the question. How much does OPEX affect the risk on that obligation? And you know, no change in U.S. posture. SPY picking back up. Do I need to pay you to not have Guybrush on the screen for tomorrow? Yeah, it's bullish. I mean, it means that everything looks like last Feb. The XRT's the same, IWM's the same, GameStop's nearly the same. Or the same? No, GameStop's the same. Maybe even higher. I think GameStop is GameStop higher, turd? I have 100 shares of GME. I should probably have over 200 to sell CCs. I don't want my shares pulled away if it runs, so I can only sell one CC at a time. You can pull back a covered call contract if the underlying is running. And if we're right about the cycles, we know when GameStop's going to run. Right? But yeah, you can buy back the contract. So when you sell to open a contract, you can buy to close it in order to close it out. Are you expecting movement, more movement 310 into 310? 310 is the roll date. So whatever swaps they're managing that are expiring this quarter will need to be rolled or satisfied by that date. If they run it in market and aftermarket tomorrow, does that change things or still same expectations? Weird, but possible. I was convinced, not that I am, that war would break out as we sleep tonight. What is the highest return thing I can buy to hedge? UVXY $40 weeklies? I guess. It could run in after hours tonight. I don't think it can run in after hours tomorrow. I don't think that there's any dark pool that would take that long to settle on GameStop. I don't think GameStop's illiquid enough for settlement to take 24 to 48 hours. Now is Stefan. That's fine. I remember. I haven't forgotten. Now not the time to sell covered calls, which I'm considering as part of when I put more information like that out there. People selling covered calls right now stand very high risk of being assigned. Dear Pi-Fi, would you please change the YouTube banner tonight? Yours now and forever, Chicken Tender Daddy. Yes. I'll do all the things that people want me to do. Didn't that happen on 224 T plus 3 last year? Halt into close. Yeah, but we halted into close, right? And we were going up all the way. Like, are there a new cult symbol? No, it's green circle for options. Maybe I should make that more clear. Trash. Can we make it less Greek? Just give me a green circle. There we go. You're way ahead of me. This is why you're the best. Best Dan today. I remember that February run 10 years ago. Those cold winter months. We were all so young back then. Last Feb, my grandfather told me about that. Before market close today, could you give us all a slightly annoyed, exasperated sigh before blowing a kiss? If not, I'll still pretend you did. Thanks, pickled squirrel. What are some of the other Greeks used in options? Delta, Vega, Gamma, Theta, Volga, Vana, Rho. Rho's like mostly ignored though, right? Because the Fed rate hasn't changed in so long. Why am I being shamed? See, this is the problem. Trash, just get rid of the delta symbol. People don't know what it means. Why am I being shamed when food stamps? You're just gonna keep tagging and writing shame? Who's being shamed? Did somebody pigeon hand? Did you discuss the latest tweets from Elon today about fighting the SEC nonsense? I didn't see Elon's tweets. I don't listen to his Twitter because I don't trade Tesla that much. The row squeeze was the play all along. Elon believes the SEC is in bed with short hedge funds. Probably. Thanks, Cody. When VIX squeeze, VIX continues to stay elevated. Ooh. Broken heart, fuck you, laugh, hug. What's going on, Pickle Morty? You're having like a full breakdown. Mr. Ko-Fi. Fine, rather than buy a 320 DTE, I'll spend it on you because you clearly only respond to paid messages and definitely haven't just missed it in the barrage of endlessly scrolling messages. But when hugging Pickle, hopeful hug, it will come. Morty. No. Thanks, Chicken Tender Daddy. I won't share your secrets. No, OPEX carries into tomorrow. Micah. Jesus Christ. I'm not DRSing any shares. Okay. God damn it. You're gonna dare. This isn't working. I'll just get rid of it. Add 2 more O's and you get an Audi sponsorship. You think they'll halt into close? That would be tomorrow if that happened. Not today. Today is the second of a 3-day window. We run tomorrow validating your cycles thesis. These cycles shall no longer be referred to as OPEX. They shall henceforth be the OPCAF cycles. Praise be to Lady VBOP. Thank you, Maximus Decimus Meridius. Commander of the Forward Legion. Special. No. Not cool. Felix Legions. It hasn't failed, Emily. But mine do too. Can they inverse OPEX? Like, make it go down hard? I don't think they want to cover when the market is down 2%. Let me spell this out for the people that don't get it. And this is likely the reason for any delay. In covering. I'll line these up. See what the market's been doing? See what GameStop's been doing? They do not want GameStop to go like this while the market goes like this. Never given, never, 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 in nothing greater, small, larger. What? If they want to, yeah, fuck it. Give a shit. There. Never give in except to convictions of honor and good sense. Never yield to force. Never yield to the apparently overwhelming might of the enemy. They're not the enemy, though. That's the problem. There's no enemy. No, I'm not DRS. Stop asking questions. Jimmy 1 month chart is like, fuck that bear market. Yeah. How'd you get into the options game? I wanted leverage. Probably one day. Dan Dulcemeyer. What happened to the dovish Fed saving the SPY? Putin started a war. Area 225 calls for Feb 25 even, but my 215s are down. For my education, how does that work? It's probably theta decay. You bought them yesterday or something. I bought these today on the dip. When IV was low. Timing is everything with options. Is Elon gonna sue the SEC? I don't know. Is O a Greek? No. People do short volatility, Jason, in bull markets. That's how volatility ends up over short. Oh, it's for options. Green circle. we haven't become Theta Gang yet. Yes, nautical. I'm not. I'm a bit. Thanks, dude. Why is SS still obsessed with reverse repo? Guys, they don't listen. It's better for options for it to run in regular hours. But they'll still open with elevated implied volatility. Does RRP not matter? No, it never has. How's moving the goalposts going? No one's moved the goalposts. They were set on Sunday in clear, in very clear and no uncertain terms, and they have not been moved at all. How's being a prick going? Is it working out well for you? Do people in your life like you more? Are they like, wow, that guy's a fucking prick when you leave the room? Or do they really enjoy your prickish company? They literally like repeating the moving the goalpost line. I know, because because the goal is to invalidate the things I'm saying, because it is counterintuitive to their own goal, which is to get people to do what they want. Roast me? Why did you sell covered calls? I'm not even wrong yet. That's the thing, is they jump on the he's super fucking wrong before it's even time for me to be wrong. And then they like point to like November, when I fucking told everybody before the run that a run was going to happen, as evidence that I didn't predict the run accurately. That's because that's all they got. I know. Yeah, then short it. Why would I short it? It's gonna run. That'd be stupid. Ban Moonwind and bully me, please. They just say absolutely retarded shit. Like he's trying to get people to buy his calls, which is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard. I didn't say you're poor if you can't afford options. I said you can stay the fuck away from them if you can't afford them because they're risky. If you don't have a lot of money, you probably shouldn't be risking a lot of money, right? That's just the way it is. Capitalism. Westmeath. And I'm not being arrogant. I'm confident. There's a difference. Why do they even want you to be wrong? Don't they want the price to go up? Not as much. Thank you for not found. Mod Trash Dan and Bully Moonwin. Confidence level, we see a run tomorrow. Very high. Ding ding. So $3 loss on the day. SPY coming in down 175 basis points. Dow down 135, NASDAQ down 257. Significant drops just all across the board. But we resisted it well. I think it's good. We managed to stay within at least our two-day low, right? Didn't we hit 114 yesterday? Yeah, 114.19. So yeah, this is double or triple bottom if you count the pre-hour or the pre-market on 222. We look good, but we did fall a little bit below our channel here. Tomorrow's the last day for them to cover. That's it. But I'm not wrong, win food stamps. When I'm wrong, I admit it. I learn from it. And then move forward. Thanks, Velvet. How I put down others. I didn't start that one. But you keep saying I'm wrong, Westmeath, which is you're arguing in bad faith, but you're not saying how I'm wrong. All right, guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. 9 a.m.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Riku! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog. Not an advisor. Frigulon.